where do we stand as a people with Lord Jamar? Do you think Lord Jamar is a revolutionary or a dummy? But tonight, don't just put a vote on the poll. Let your voice be heard. So click the link and come up, and you will be given time per caller to where you can come up and let us know why you think Lord Jamar is a dummy, or why you think he's a revolutionary. Or you may call in and say, look, Sanchez, I'm in the middle on this one. So I'm not going to tie you down to my little two options, but those are the two options that I put for the poll. But I encourage callers to take advantage of this community show, because right now I'm looking at the poll. We got 65 voters and 60% of people saying Lord Jamar is a dummy. Now, my thing is, why are you calling him that? Because this is a flat earth channel. And I know there isn't more globalists subscribed to me than flat earthers, which is why I'm confused by the poll. I should have put flat earth, because a lot of my people, they agree with Lord Jamar on flat earth, but they don't agree with him for going back to Vlad TV.
Oh my God.
Here's where, see, here's where things get tricky. Because I don't know who's saying he's a dummy for saying the earth flat, or he's a dummy for dealing with Vlad. That's why I really, really encourage you guys to call in. Let's speak about Lord Jamar. It's important. And I'm going to tell you why. Whether you like it or not, he's somebody, okay? He's somebody. He's a OG and a revolutionary in hip hop. He's a voice currently for the people. He's a relevant name in black social media. And I rock with Lord Jamar. And if you rock with Sanchez, then you should rock with Lord Jamar. And I'll get into all the reasons why, right? But we do want to give you guys the floor right away to call in and let me know, where do you stand with Lord Jamar? Is he a revolutionary or a dummy, and why? So today's show is pretty much giving it to you guys, man. I'm giving it to you guys. I want to say big salutes to Lord Jamar. We rock, you know, I rock with you, Lord Jamar, and I'm gonna keep it that way. And I'm just trying to see the people who don't rock with the brother. I want to know the psychology behind why. Maybe I didn't get the memo. So don't just vote, guys. Call in. Call in. Take it the extra step and call your butt in. Some of you guys, y'all do call into the radio show a lot, but you don't like to. All right, just look at this YouTube thing like you're calling into the radio show. We won't bite. We just here to give the community a voice. And we do have the first caller on. A Marlon, today's show is more so going to be a Lord Jamar conversation. Where do you stand on this, brother, Lord Jamar? Assume you calling in to speak your mind on a bill. Salutes to the brother Marlon.
Of course,
and I will be reviewing this video of the brother on Vlad TV. He actually gave me a shout out. Salutes to the brother. Yeah, go ahead, Marlon. The floor is yours, man. Welcome back.
I'm kind of like you, man. I'm kind of in the middle because I don't know where he went south, I guess, as far as everybody saying he a dummy. I don't get that part.
Yeah, I still don't get where exactly did he do. To me, you can get canceled by black people for being a coon, for siding with white supremacists. You can get canceled by black people for doing some dumb crap in public that's beneath your age limit, on some immature shit. We know there's a lot of reasons to get you canceled by black people, and I'm gonna tell you something. If you always been a voice, a revolutionary voice for black people, it's kind of harder for you to get canceled than just some regular Joe. So Lord Jamar is a revolutionary voice for black people, and he got canceled so easy just by saying the earth is flat. And to me, I think that is it's crazy that you can get canceled in the black community for being a damn genius, for being a nerd, for being a child that says, Mommy, I want to challenge the scientists. The scientist says that the earth is a globe, Mommy, and I think it's flat, and I want to do some experiments, and I want to have a debate with these scientists. If there were more children like that in the hood, bro, we'll be better off. See, the thing is this right here, before we even get to if the earth flat or not, because it is and it can be proven, but most folks don't prove that for themselves. They just go with what they've been learned from their whole life. Like most Christians ain't gonna open up that Bible. They're not gonna research the Council of Nicaea. They're not gonna read that Bible through a Gnostic perspective. They're gonna read it from a Pastor Popechock perspective. Our people are behind. We are at the bottom when it comes to who we are and all of the knowledge of our ancestors and all that. What if I told you that the people at the top is studying your ancestors more than you? And when they study your ancestors, they looking into flat earth. They're looking into electromagnetism. The people in power understand the mechanisms on how the earth works, right? And that is what gives them power. And if you don't understand how, because some dummies will ask, what does it matter about the shape of the earth? That's a real dumb question. What if I told you that we're living inside of a machine? It ain't a rock with water on it flow through space. It's literally a man-made mechanism, some like a fucking computer simulation. That's what they're hiding behind flat earth. It's deeper than flat earth, man. Bro, once you get in this rabbit hole on flat earth, you're gonna find out every damn thing was a lie and that the Matrix was based on a true story. You're in a simulation. Simulation ain't a theory. It's a reality. There are no other explanations that make sense other than we are indeed living in a simulation. And guess what? You cannot embrace the ideology of simulation and think you on a globe. Simulation and flat earth go hand in hand. The next phase of humanity's awakening is to realize that the world around us isn't the base reality. You're literally in the Matrix. And for you to fully understand that, you got to see how they're hiding that behind what the earth is, telling everyone what the earth is. It's just a rock flying through space that just popped up out of nowhere. Because if they tell you the truth, that something intelligent created this place. And there's a purpose why me and you here. They don't want you to know that. Bro, this shit's so much deeper than just a big bang, than a blue rock flowing through. And you think all of these flat earthers are dummies. You think all of these people are gonna risk their reputation and just join and be a part of this community because they dummies and they didn't pay attention in class? Dude, if you think that, I can come debate you on the fact that I know more about the globe earth than you. Fuck flat earth. If you think I'm slow and I'm dumb for saying the earth flat, I bet you if me and you took a test on space and science, I will get a higher score than you. The average person that's battling the flat earther don't know their globe model better than a flat earther. That says a lot. Because if the person that's saying the earth flat know your model better than you, then what did they learn about your model to make them say this shit ain't real? They lied to me. Same thing what I learned about Christ, and then I tried to go back and share it with the church, and everybody was laughing at me, telling me I'm a backslider. I'm going to hell. And soon as you try to tell these people the truth about what the earth is, they do the same thing. Everyone in a belief system. And Lord Jamar can see through the veil. And there's not a lot of people that's got a little status that can. And the few that dare speak out and challenge anything scientific, political, they're gonna be met with the same energy Lord Jamar is being met with, man. You need to now start to pick what team you on. I'm asking a very important, a serious question tonight. And that is, Where do black people stand with Lord Jamar? This is a very important question. This brother has meant something to black people and to hip hop for years. And we haven't come together and done shows like this where the community just sit there and just think about, why am I canceling Lord Jamar? Let me call in and articulate to Sanchez, here's Sanchez, why I'm canceling him, because boom, 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 and boom, boom, boom. But if you say I'm canceling a brother just because he said the earth flat, then you need to cancel every Christian that said a snake can talk. You need to cancel everyone that has an alien abduction story. Now, flat earth don't belong in any of these categories because you can prove it with science. You can go out here and prove it for yourself. But the reason I put it there just to entertain and you is the fact that you put it there, and I'm saying that if you're gonna put flat earth in that category, then why don't you treat it like you treat the other things in that category? You treat it like, hey, that's what they believe, I don't believe it, I'm gonna keep it moving. The question you gotta ask is, why has everyone been conditioned to react the way that they react to flat earth? There's something deeper there that social engineers won't hit. This is a very important conversation because I'm showing you that the average person's reaction to flat earth isn't theirs at all. It's a pre-programmed response because they don't want y'all to wake up in the age of Aquarius. We're in the Aquarius age. Even the Bible said that there's gonna be some hidden knowledge that's been hidden for years that is gonna return to the earth in these times. It said all the hidden knowledge that was hidden for ages will return. Guess what the hidden knowledge that's been hidden for ages? Flat earth. Flat earth literally been suppressed for ages, and it was the #1 spiritual system on the earth. The people who built the pyramids were flat earthers. The architecture they used in the pyramids construction was based upon flat earth cosmology. What did they know about the earth that turned humans into architects? Everybody said we got this knowledge from aliens. Everyone said we got all of this knowledge from some creatures that came and gave man the knowledge of music and all that. What if I told you man got all of these skills and knowledge from his awakening, what he learned about as without, so within? Man learned what the earth was, and he started to figure out what he was. Man studied the earth and started to go into the science of acoustics, which led to instrument making, music, and chords making, or the writing of musical scales. That didn't just fall out the sky. This is complicated things that you got to know by studying cymatics and frequencies, which is what Tesla was talking about. And guess how you study that on a macrocosmic level? You see how the earth is basically designed with all those principles in mind, and you reverse engineer that, because the thing about the earth is something is powering this place. The electricity that you use from your computer and your phone, man don't pull that out of his ass. The earth is a power generator, meaning that the earth is giving off electromagnetic energy. And that debunks the idea that the earth is just a chunk of rock flowing through space with water stuck to it, because that cannot create an electromagnetic energy field. And if you say it can, then go do it in your house. Go get a rock, go get some water, recreate the globe earth they gave you, and show me how it can generate electricity. The earth is a Tesla coil, and the North Pole is the pole part, the literal center of this big Tesla coil that we live on. This thing generates electricity. The sun and the moon going around a central axis. It's the fact that that's how you wrap 6-9 wires around a Tesla coil. When you start to study how the earth is made, you start to realize, damn, we live on a big Tesla coil. And that Tesla coil is creating an electromagnetic energy field that we call the firmament dome. atmosphere. Oh, if you think Sanchez making this up, let me pull up a little some. See, I didn't come to get deep today. I came to give y'all a voice, but I'm going to give you a little something right quick. And I want y'all to call it in. Let me put this up. I'm not the only one that know we live on a Tesla coil, and that the firmament dome is where the energy is bleeding out. Is where the energy is bleeding out. Let me show you something here. I didn't plan on doing all this, but some just hit me and said, show them this real quick, and I got you. Hold on.
So what we have is a mainstream indoctrination.
Your joint is muffled. You gotta talk. You're talking to
on these headphones.
Okay.
Is that better?
Yes, that's a little better. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think it's a mainstream thing. You know, it's still a whole bunch of people still in that, you know, locked into that indoctrination. And I don't think it's just all of us, but who knows, you know? That could be the issue.
What do you mean concerning Lord Jamar? Can you be a little specific?
Yeah. I was talking about, you know, him being canceled could be just a lot of our peeps still locked into the indoctrination.
Well, the thing about him being canceled by so many people is literally social engineering. Social engineering is way more easier to do now that everyone is online. The algorithm can kind of suggest to us how to respond to certain things. You know that when you get one YouTuber go viral on a story, even if we find out the story was false or it was a hoax, you see a bunch of YouTubers follow that up just to get the quick revenue money. And people don't really care. People are really reacting based upon what the algorithm is suggesting they do for the bottom line of their YouTube channel. But see, I value integrity more than that. People like that gonna be slaves to the algorithm. I prefer to be a slave to the people. You gonna be a slave to something. But see, the thing about me being a slave to the people, they will support me as long as I keep it real. When you say fuck the people, let me be loyal to the algorithm. The algorithm will stop supporting you the moment it finds your replacement. See, the people got a little bit more loyalty than the algorithm. And that's why I don't get these YouTubers that's letting all of their decisions be led by what's algorithmically correct. Like, that's like people who only say what's politically correct. They not really, the people don't rock with them like that because the voice of the people ain't politically correct. That's why sometimes my content don't get a lot of traction because I'm anti what the algorithm is saying we should do, right? And the algorithm ain't gonna push that. You see what I'm saying? Like if I make a video saying, should we give Umar Johnson the benefit of the doubt? Maybe he's not a scammer. Boy, that shit won't do no views. And it'll probably make me lose subs because people don't want an opposing viewpoint. They want what's popular, what everyone went with the algorithm, and if you go against that crowd mentality, you're crucified. So it ain't really thinking anymore. It's reacting to algorithms and joining the popular group, so to speak. And that's been happening. But hey, shout out to D-Dub, man, for Outside and Inside Out. Thank you, brother, for the donation. Appreciate you, D-Dub. Yeah, but so most people, that's why I said, I'm going to prove this right now, Marlon. Most of my people is saying, 56% is saying Lord Jamar is a dummy. None of them will call in and say why. It's Friday. It's a call-in show. We chilling. But they won't do it. Now, if I was saying Lord Jamar is a dummy and all that, it'll be hella people watching this live right now calling in. So this show is a prime example. Look at the numbers. Look at the participation. See, even though you got a lot of people think he's a dummy, they don't know why they think that, but I'm telling them why. You've been duped by the algorithm. It ain't your thought. It's a popular thought that you got behind. You've been socially engineered to get behind. Because think about it. Out of the 56% people, why nobody would call in and say, look, bro, I think the man a dummy, Sanchez, and you rocking with him. Remember, Sanchez, I rock with you. Because think about this, Marlon. It's deeper than Lord Jamar. These are my subscribers right now. It's my poll. I'm saying I rock with Lord Jamar and I support him. And I can't even get any of my own people to come up and say, Sanchez, I don't think you ought to rock with him, man. You might be. Because if y'all see something I don't see, why you ain't rocking with him, but you rock with me, I think if you really rock with me like that, then you would probably share with me what you see, and you wouldn't let me at least give me the opportunity to say, well, damn, okay, maybe I need to consider that, because I'm going to rock with Lord Jamar until somebody give me a reason not to, right? And they not going to do it.
That's what's confusing me. You know what I mean? When I looked at the poll, like when I voted, it was 80% saying he a dummy. I'm like, whoa. Okay, let me call in. It was 80%, and then as it went down to 60. But you basically always been flat Earth. So why would like you say, your poll say 80% at one point?
And my thing is, like this brother named Derek, I'm gonna use him for an example. He said, because there is nothing to say, watch his videos. Bro, there is something to say. If you watched his videos, you can call in and say what you saw on the videos that made you say, I'm not rocking with Lord Jamar. Because guess what, my brother 82 Derek? You obviously rock with me. So guess what, 82 Derek? I admit I don't watch all of the videos because I'm a content creator. But what I will say, if anybody saying they rock with Sanchez, you got the right not to rock with Lord Jamar. But I ain't gonna lie to you. You ain't got the right to say that you rock with me, and you won't tell me why you don't rock with him. Because now you got me. It's almost like, okay, what the fuck you know that I need to know, man? You not, because now you got me wondering. Like you said, watch his videos. Bro, I don't want to be supporting a man that's going to make me look stupid. And I admit, I didn't watch all the videos. So what did you see? Come save me. Because think about this. What if I'm endorsing a brother that's out there saying some stuff, you know, way off the wall that's going to embarrass me? I'm admitting I don't know why y'all not rocking with him. Come share it with me so I can have the fucking opportunity to consider that. So, because my thing is this, Marlon, any legitimate person that don't rock with someone can tell you why they don't rock with them in less than 5 minutes, even shorter than that. And if they can't do that, then they're just hating, man. They're just fucking hating. And if they not hating, they ain't even thinking for themselves. They just being led by the algorithm and popular opinion, which is even worse than hating.
It could be that maybe he's lost a few debates based on him not knowing a few things. Maybe it's something like that.
He ain't had no debates. He never had a debate in his life.
Oh.
And losing a debate. But look, Marlon, losing a debate ain't never made the black people cancel you. We know that you can't win every debate. That's like saying, okay, Mike Tyson lost a fight, so fuck him. We canceling his ass. You can't win them all, bro. No one get canceled for that. Every fucking body that look up to someone or follow whatever words you want to use ought to know, hey man, Sanchez can lose a debate one day. He don't know every damn thing. He can say something like like when I speak about politics, sometimes people correct me. Or I speak about, like if I start ranting about XRP. Marlon may correct me. He know more about that than me. So I mean, no one's that's why I'm passionate about this video, because most people can't tell you, Marlon, why they don't rock with Jamar. And I know they can't, which is why I made the title like this. I made the poll like this. And I knew that a lot of people that vote that the man was a dummy ain't gonna, what it's gonna do is gonna make them think and look in the mirror and say, damn, why am I hating Lord Jamar right now? Sanchez, right. It ain't like they gonna admit it, right? But they deep inside, they're gonna know, like, damn, that nigga is right. I really ain't got no beef with Jamar. I kind of just followed what YouTube, what social media, and that's what I'm trying to get y'all to see, how easily controlled you are. Because if you can't tell me why you don't rock with a person, but everybody out there saying we don't rock with him, and can't none of y'all articulate why, I'ma say all of y'all is controlled. You being programmed. Because I can tell you right now why I don't like Donald Trump. And if I can't tell you that, guess what that means? I've been programmed by some liberals. Because guess what happened? All they can do is give you mess and give you a bunch of celebrity type mess. I can go into real humane reasons why I don't like Trump, but the liberals can't, because they guilty of the same crimes against humanity. So what is my point why I'm even bringing up Trump? Because when I say I don't rock with a person, I can give you some legitimate, smart, intelligent reasons why. And these reasons, you may not agree with them, but you'll never be able to say Sanchez just hating on the man. You'll say Sanchez got a bunch of reasons I don't agree with why he don't like Trump. If he knew better, he would like the man. Maybe you'll say that. But I'm going to articulate why I don't rock with him so intelligently, you ain't going to be able to say I'm hating. You ain't going to be able to say I'm hating. I can do that with y'all, though. I can, the average nigga that say I don't rock with him, I can go up to him and say, bro, why don't you rock with him? He won't even know, because he's a damn hater. You's a hater, bro. You got to have a real good reason. And I'm making niggas self-reflect right now about their opinion with Lord Jamar. That's all I'm doing. What's up, Humbled Up?
I don't even have enough information on him to hate him.
Hey, what's up?
That's fine. That's fine. Humbled Up, what's good, brother? You got the floor. Welcome.
Hey, what's up, my bro?
Before you go,
Okay.
real quick, let me give a big shout out to Dataway, man. Please put your beats behind your message on some Callaway stuff. Oh, okay. A lot of folks are doing that. They making little, instead of rapping on the beat, they just speak a lecture over the beat. Let me know if that's something y'all want, man. I can definitely do that. I didn't know that was, I thought it was kind of corny, but maybe I'm the corny one, and maybe I'm too old school. Because if Dane Calloway doing it, then it must be something to it. I'm sorry, Humbled Up. Thank you, Dataway.
No, you good, bro. I just wanted to say I do rock with him. I rock with Lord Jamar.
Mm-hmm.
He's with the flat earth community. But like I just think sometimes like he be like a little bit scared at times, and that's just the only thing that I wish he would just like be like more firm and more,
Let me tell you something, and let me give a shout out to Fela B. It must be a simulation, because why ain't ghosts roaming around naked? How do your clothes die? It's Saturday here at 12 p.m. Fela B, is that some sort of, you want me to do some deciphering? Fela B, what's good now? Appreciate the love. Brother, let me respond to what you're saying. To say Lord Jamar is scared, let's be specific. Are we saying when it's time to debate, when it's time to represent for this flat earth thing, you saying Lord Jamar kind of get the bubble guts? That's what I'm hearing.
Not really like that. Not really like that, but more like, cause he did stand firm. I think he actually did a great job when he went against the one guy. What was his name? Dave?
Mr. Dave, we can't call him a professor, but yeah, YouTuber Dave, yeah.
Yeah, when he went up against him, I think he did a great job. You know what I'm saying? But I mean like the after effects. You know, it was like he kind of like took the L. Like when people were saying it was an L, but it wasn't an L to me. I don't think it was an L. But I really got mad respect for Lord Jamar because he's one of the
Mm-hmm.
first rappers that stood up, and he's down with the flat earth, you know. So
Man, let me
I
tell you
do I
something.
respect him for that.
When Lord Jamar was an MC, he went against the grain. He wasn't an MC that went with the industry standard to fit in with the bullshit, right? And he's the same type
Right.
of man. He's the same man today. He go against the grain. He's a flat earther when all of his peers aren't. But they know the fucking earth flat, but they ain't got the nuts to do what he doing. Just like rappers in his time didn't have the nuts to be anti-industry while you in it. But you see how far his music career got when you like that, right? And they trying to make the same example out of his social media career because it's a black man going against the fucking grain.
Yeah, yeah. He's still 5%er, but he's standing firm on all the 5%ers because
They
they all
want to,
still think the earth round.
yet the 5%ers, let me tell you something, it ain't even about them thinking it's round. Even if they all knew the truth and found out the earth was flat, they can't say it because their whole organization, the symbolism and all that is based upon globe earth shit. That's just like the New Wapians, right? Think about this, right? The teacher of the New Wapians said that he made contact with aliens from another planet. If the New Wapians find out the earth flat, you think they gonna call their master teacher a liar? Because if he said he made contact with aliens from another planet, then other planets and space gotta be real so that they OG ain't a liar. You see, that means integrity. Now, I believe if these people found out the truth about the earth, they wouldn't be able to say it. That's like Billy Carson. If he found out the truth about the earth, he couldn't say it. He already blew up with an alien abduction story. Soon as he say, hey man, the earth flat, can't nothing get in here and can't nothing get out, they gonna say, but I thought you was abducted, man. See, now you proving the earth is flat ain't just proving the earth flat, it's proving that a lot of motherfuckers in power been liars the whole time about a lot of stuff. And it's
That's
deeper
the
than
truth.
just abduction stories. Once you prove the earth is flat, that debunks climate change. That debunks unnatural weather patterns. See, people, this is deeper than flat earth. Once you know about the firmament dome, you realize that according to the ancients, all of the weather patterns in the past were predictable. The doggone scientists telling you that the Indians was doing a dance and making it rain. No, you dummy. The Indians was dancing because they knew that it was going to rain, but the pilgrim didn't know that because he didn't know the signs to look for to know that rain was coming like a dummy. Come on now.
Yeah.
The dummy came and said, look, when they dance, they make it rain. No fool. They dancing because they know rain about to come, and you don't study nature enough to know 5 hours from now it's going to be a storm. So you see my ancestors celebrating rain before it come, and you think they made the rain come when they was into meteorology. They was scientists, nigga. They were magicians. They knew about this place. And the ancestors, let me tell you something, ain't no unpredictable weather patterns, y'all. So what Flat Earth does, it lets you know that man been controlling the weather since the 40s. Man been geoengineering the weather in this Truman Show, in this simulation for a long time. Go watch the movie Truman Show. He was living in a dome just like you. So yeah, Lord Jamar gonna be crucified because the papacy ruled this world, and that's who got everyone believing in the globe lie. Flat Earth brings back Gnosticism and truth. But this is the Aquarian age, and just because the truth is coming back to the earth don't mean everybody gonna accept it and get it. Even the Bible know that, because this shit didn't happen before. It always a reset that come, and some folks get the download and others don't. Only a few people get the cosmic download and they get ridiculed and crucified just like Lord Jamar. And like I said, how do you know a person is being crucified? Because everyone cancels that person without a valid explanation. I'm doing shows like this to give black people a benefit of the doubt. No one got to agree with your reason for canceling Lord Jamar, but you need to be able to articulate one. That's a must. That ain't an option. The moment you say I don't rock with Sanchez, as an adult, you need to be able to intelligently articulate why you don't rock with me. You just can't say, I just don't rock with him, man. Fuck him. Nigga, that look like you're hating and you childish. And you immature as hell. So, right, and all I'm telling people, I don't care if you don't rock with Lord Jamar. I do care if you can't really verbalize why the hell you don't, though, because now I'm going to say you dangerous, nigga. We got to get away from niggas like you. Shout out to the people joining. Yeah, I would never hate one of these brothers, all of these brothers on this panel. If I say Ratton, I don't rock with you no more. And he say, well, Sanchez, bro, why you don't rock with me? And I can't get that man a reason. Tell me I don't look. How I look, bro?
Like a hater.
Like a damn hater.
Or childish.
It's something he got that you don't got, you know.
And it don't matter what. Redden can say whatever he want why he think I don't rock with him, and he's right because I didn't give him no answer. He can say, man, that nigga don't like me because I get all them hoes, man. And guess what? He's right. Whatever that man say while I'm saying I don't rock with him, that man right because I didn't tell him why. So that's all I'm doing, especially for black men. Quit canceling and saying you ain't rocking with a nigga just because the crowd doing it. That's so against the man code. That's celebrity Tasha K type shit. But yeah, let's shout out the Ultra Instinct to the Sister Demi, to Humbled Up, and the round table has officially began. I'm sipping on a Black Box Red blend from California. It's a go.
Oh, peace.
Oh yeah, for sure. Shout out to the sister. You got it. Yeah, cause I'm starting to realize that this box wine is actually a better bargain, a better deal. And it's kind of tastes a little bit better. That's just probably me overthinking it. But box wine is the shit. Shout out to the panel.
Salute to the chat, man. Salute to the panel.
Now, someone said it's the earth. So people say it's the earth flat, really. But you go outside and you see a horizon line that's horizontal every day. The people that told you the earth was a globe, they said, look, we went to space and we saw it as a globe, but you didn't, though. You're asking me, so you telling me the earth is flat? It should be the other way around. So you telling me the earth is a globe? How can I prove that? Because I can only experience it flat. Guess what science gonna tell you? You can't prove it. You got to believe. If you want, you can't. Now listen. They ain't gonna tell you you can't prove it. They gonna laugh at you and say, haven't you saw the pictures of the earth? Right? And I'm saying, bro, people are canceling flat earthers because we don't believe the pictures that they believe. So we're not part of their belief system. We went outside and proved that we on a stationary flat plane for ourselves, but most of the world have a picture of a blue earth in their mind that comes from the programmers. And they looking at you like, how the fuck you saying the earth is flat? Because, bro, the picture of the blue marble in your mind, that's in your mind, but that ain't what's outside. But Sanchez, if you got to leave the earth to see that it's a ball, well, until I do that, it's flat, nigga. I can't say that shit round because of what he saw. That's me repeating what he said, she said. Now we got another gospels going on. It's another religion. That ain't science. I can go outside and prove that the earth is flat and stationary. But someone will say, you got to get off of it, dummy. You can't, if you standing on the earth trying to prove it's flat, you gonna do it every time. But when you get off the earth, Sanchez, you gonna see that it ain't flat. Well, ain't none of y'all got off the earth to have firsthand experience to see shit for yourself, so you're a believer of the man that said he did, and you wanna know why I don't wanna be part of your belief system. I'm a Gnostic, nigga. I deal with what I know. And if I can't know it, I don't subscribe to belief system. I just don't know it. I just don't know it, and then I'm gonna keep trying to find it out. But I would never join a belief system based on what I don't know. And what is it that y'all don't know? You don't know what the earth was shaped like if you got off of it like an astronaut. So because you don't know that, you say, why would they lie to me, Sanchez? Nigga, why would T.D. Jakes lie to his big ass congregation, genius? They make more than T.D. Jakes. You go do the damn research. Come on, panel. I ain't gonna talk to myself with 5 of y'all on here, though. Salutes to the panel. Shout out to the chat room. We're gonna drop the link too.
What I don't get is how they can't just present evidence with all the technology we got right now. They should be able to send a camera on just a rocket with none but cameras on it. You know, because they budget is it's in the billions every year. They do it, and they went to the moon in late '60s allegedly. So how come there ain't a base on the moon with all the, you know what I mean? They should be building something up there by now.
Man, listen. Don't you know it's easier to build a base on the moon than it is to assemble the ISS in space? Now, let me show you how. They said that they got an international space station, but we ain't got a moon station. They said that, and you can look this up, they launched each part of the ISS into orbit and assembled the shit while it was orbiting the Earth, and it's orbiting at 5 times the speed of a bullet. But when
17,000.
right, but it's relative, right? They gonna tell it's relative, but you know that's the part of the belief system. It's the same thing when you go to questioning a Christian about the shortcomings of their God. When they say their God is perfect, and you show the flaws in their God, they will make up excuses for their God, and the people in power know that wherever we fall short, our dumbass diehard believers will make that up for us. Because they so cult-minded, they will make up lies that NASA didn't even make up to defend a belief system. I've seen globalists do it.
Or say you don't understand it. You just don't
Yeah.
understand. You just don't understand the concept. Fuck out of here.
The
Right.
concept is like it's $80 million a day. Or what is it? Every day. We make like close to $80 million every day. What we getting for that?
Can I say something?
Yeah, man, we need everyone's opinion on this for sure.
I'm
Like and
starting to
share,
feel-
like and share. Mhm.
Since we talk about NASA, I'm starting to feel like quantum computers is starting to sound like NASA a little bit. Like how they keep talking about how a quantum computer has qubits, right? And the qubits is in superposition. So it's like when you flip a coin and the coin just heads and tails at the same time. But it ain't solving no problems. It hasn't broken the RSA codes, RSA encryptions. Like a quantum computer hasn't done anything tangibly yet. So I'm trying to figure out why they keep saying it's about to come out or it's about to do it. It don't got no screen. Like, what's the purpose of it?
I got you. So, you mean like why a quantum computer don't have like a monitor or modem, all this stuff like what you see like with reword your question again, and I'll go in.
Okay, so when I've been studying quantum computer for the last couple of weeks,
Okay.
nobody used none yet. Nobody haven't used. They keep saying that it's going to break through and they're going to use it soon.
Yeah.
That's one thing. And the second thing is they talk about how it need to be at 200 Kelvin. It had to be in a perfect position to work, right? But um, when it's working, it's like, oh, you can't see what it's doing because everything's happening inside here at the bottom of the computer chip or so-called what have you, right? So I'm like, okay, well, what is it? What's the purpose? And they said, well, a quantum computer is like superposition. It does because a regular computer deal with zeros and ones,
Okay.
binary bits, and a quantum computer deal with quantum qubits. But it's like I haven't seen none of it working at all. I haven't seen it solve any problems. I haven't seen a quantum computer do anything tangibly.
Well,
My bad.
to my understanding, quantum computers ain't like a standalone computer. It just meant to give our computers more computing power in a small nutshell. So we're at a threshold with how much our computers can compute. And quantum computers is supposed to get us over that threshold. It ain't gonna replace our computers. It's just gonna work with them and make them like how basically humans ain't gonna be destroyed, but we're gonna become transhumans. So humans are gonna be sort of merged with AI and technology, and over time they'll become transhumans. That's sort of like the quantum computer thing. It's like humans ain't gonna go nowhere, but it will change what we're capable of doing. Computers ain't gonna go nowhere, but because they are now merging with the quantum modem, because they should call it a quantum modem, because it really, well, I wouldn't call it a modem either. It is a computer. But the thing about it is, I'm trying to explain the fact that the quantum computer ain't its own, like you can't get on a quantum computer and surf the web and shit, but like it will make the computer that you get on and surf the web with have more computing power, if that make any sense.
Is it like
It makes sense because they just talk about how the quantum computer is supposed to move, like you said, move faster or help it compute, but it's not a singular thing. Like, I don't think the quantum computer can work without a computer.
It can't. But see, the quantum computer is like, look at it this way. Remember when they came out renting with the fucking Nintendo 64 and they said, okay, we're gonna give y'all this little enhancement thing that you stick in the bottom of this bitch and it'll give you some enhanced graphics.
Like the Game Genie, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like okay.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say, Sanchez, it's more like a theoretical projection device?
It ain't theoretical at all. My bad, Marlon.
Because I ain't got all the technical words for this.
Facts,
but
my bad.
The distance between here and the sun is theoretical. Nobody's been there and back.
That's facts.
So if this thing is computing at a level using these theoretical numbers, it can't use factual numbers from here to Venus, from here to Mars, and you know what I mean? Actual
you got it. And you know what, Marlon? What you're bringing up is a whole nother concern that needs to be its own live stream. And that was a young black girl. She's a techie. She got all these degrees. I forgot her name. I'm gonna do a stream on her, right? But she brought up years ago when AI first was coming onto the scene that she did an experiment to prove AI is racist. I'm gonna pull this girl up. Guess what, people? I promise y'all, Marlon ain't lying to you. See what he's saying about the sun? AI will tell you how many miles in between the sun, but it's still going with what Copernicus, Galileo, all of them. Now, Marlon, I've debated ChatGPT, and I've made ChatGPT say, you right, man. I'm wrong on that. With the contradictions I pointed out to it. But it let me know AI is honest, but it's biased. So if you catch AI, like if you fuck around and ask AI who discovered America and it say some dumb shit like Christopher Columbus and you correct it, AI will accept your correction. So the weird shit about AI is like, you can catch AI biases, just like what that black girl was saying. That's true. The programmers actually program their own biases into AI, but it's almost like AI will question even what the fuck was programmed into it. Bro, it is weird.
Yeah,
It
so that's
want us
what I
to
mean by
think AI
it's
is a real
compounding.
being. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, it's compounding these theories. You know, it's analyzing, but it's not based on all facts. It's based on all the theories and the quantum, you know, suggested, amounts of space and the suggested amounts, and then it's putting all that together and it's doing the math, but it's not doing the math based on actual distance. It's doing what we perceive it to be. Because if we were going to, if we wanted to just launch a rocket from the ground, pointed at the ground, it's a rocket with cameras all the way around it, and it launched from the ground. You see the platform, you see the city, and you see the state, and you see the continent, and then you see the globe, and then the debate should be over. Why can't that just happen? I mean, I'm just trying to pull out Occam's razor. Why can't that just happen?
Yeah,
I don't think it's supposed to happen. This is a scripted reality, and shit got to play out for us. We're gonna
Yeah,
see some stuff, you know.
and AI writing the script. That's crazy. Hey, I will say this though, guys. When it comes to if Lord Jamar is a revolutionary or a dummy, the polls is very tight. I will say this. If you're voting that Lord Jamar is a dummy, but you ain't calling in or articulated, I'm going to say shame on you. In my book, you're a hater. It's easy to sit back and that nigga dummy. That nigga, fuck him. But I'm giving y'all a community platform to say, why should we cancel this man? And if can't nobody articulate that, but everyone keep trying to cancel him, I'm gonna keep riding with him even harder, bro, because it's some real hate type shit, bro. Like, that's fucked up.
They probably hating on the fact that you calling him a revolutionary.
Or
That's
something.
what they don't like, probably. That's what it
And
is.
he
If you
is
ain't
a
say anything else,
that
revolutionary.
if
sounds
you
like
ain't
that
call him
make
a
a lot of
dummy and then
sense
something
right
else,
there.
they would have said
Mm-hmm.
that. But the fact that you say, is he a dummy or a revolutionary? They're like,
Yeah.
what revolution? You see what I'm saying? So
But
that's
see,
probably
here's
why
the thing. Okay, because somebody did say, Sanchez, you need a third option, because what if we don't see him as a dummy, but we don't see him as a revolutionary either? That's probably messing my poll up.
Yeah, put a third one on that, Sanchez. I think you should do that.
Okay, I'm going to stop the poll when it's 50-50, just
Okay.
so nobody wins. And then we'll do a new one with the third option and see if that'll
'Cause
give
I
us
ain't really
more.
know what to hit. I'm like, let me see what's going on first.
Yo, bro,
I can dig
Sanchez,
that, because somebody may say, well,
can I
I don't
squeeze in
think
there right quick?
Yeah, and I'll just land here. I didn't think about that, man. I apologize. People may say, well, I don't think he's a dummy, but I'm not saying he's no revolutionary either, Sanchez. So maybe, yeah, I'll change that, man, for sure. Oh, Ultra Instinct, my bad, brother. Take the flow, man. Thanks for joining.
It's all good. I just want to ask you a question. I got a reason for feeling the way I feel, but I want to ask you a question first. Do you agree with how LJ dealt with Godfrey?
With how LJ dealt with Godfrey,
Yeah.
I'm going to answer you like this, and I hope you give me a lot of time to respond, because that's a sensitive
No
topic
problem.
to me. I disagree with how Godfrey dealt with LJ, right? Because let me
Okay.
explain you why. I think Godfrey is a damn tether that stabbed his friend in the back during a sensitive, vulnerable moment. And I'm gonna tell you why I think this, right? I was born in the Bible Belt in Alabama. We the buckle of the Bible Belt. I was raised in the church. I joined the Pentecostal church, which is like the epitome of churchy. Like, it's very strict, right? But here's to make a long story short, right? I left the church. I became woke. I hate to use that word, but
No, we know what you mean, though.
yeah, man, I learned my history and who I am. And
Period.
you know, when, facts. And when I tried to go back and share this information with my people,
They don't want it. They don't want it.
It's deeper than that. I'm going to show you what Godfrey did to Jamar, and I'm going to land right here, right? When I tried to go back and share my information with my people, I wanted to first go back to people I can trust the most, my best friends. Because my best friends are still in the church. And I wanted to go to them and let them know why I'm no longer believing in Christ. And listen, even if they didn't agree with me, I didn't want them to look at me like no damn monster. Like, no, you my homie, man. Okay, you still in the church. I learned some information that led me out the church, but this is gonna let me know if you my real friend or you just part of a fucking cult member. And when I disagree with you and I'm no longer accepting Christ, guess what happened to me, Ultra Instinct? I lost all of my friends. Listen, brother, I thought I was friends with these people because we loved each other, because we knew each other, because we'll ride and die for each other. No, the only reason they was cool with me because I believed the same thing they believed. I was willing. That's a cult right there. And when I stopped, and I watch this, I'm finna let. And when I stopped believing what they believe, they start now trying to intervene with prayer sessions and you need to do this. You need to go and get you some help.
The devil in you,
Listen, right. And now we got the brain. Now we got the brain. Look. You feel like these folks think I'm real fucking crazy. Like I shouldn't have told them. They think I'm fucking crazy now. Now guess what?
No.
This is what Lord Jamar. Listen. I saw Lord Jamar go through that in real time with Godfrey, and everybody looked at it the wrong way. They thought Lord Jamar was wrong. Now, wait, y'all gotta let me get this out, please, man. There's too many interruptions.
Let him
Check this out, right? Here's the thing, right? When I went through my situation, everybody was saying I was wrong. All of the Christians were saying, that boy in the backslid and he got the demon of ego with him. He think he know everything. You can't tell him nothing and he on his way to hell. He's rejecting Christ. He done left the church and I'm telling them about the Council of Nicaea. I'm bringing up Serapis. I got the facts and they don't care nothing. They don't want, bro. Guess what these people telling me? So you think you right and all of us wrong? Yep. And guess what? Yes. Y'all are all part of a cult. And guess what? So here's the thing. That's what Lord Jamar going through right now. That's part of the initiation process. That's going to let you know if you're a real Gnostic or not, because the Gnostics was getting crucified during the time. Bro, what you think Jesus went through when the whole world was dumbed down by the church and he was going against the status quo? That's what I'm telling you. People don't realize the war. So I'm just answering you. I'm landing here. To answer your question, I felt like Lord Jamar was betrayed by Godfrey in a very sneaky, shiesty ass way.
Well, look.
I agree with that.
I haven't seen the video about the debate that he had on Godfrey's show. I only saw the video of LJ arguing with the chick, the comedian chick Yamanika.
I ain't see that one.
And then he was talking about him after that. He still was talking about it. Godfrey was still talking about it, saying that that Lord Jamar was getting mad. Right. And he didn't know how to articulate himself. He was, you know what I'm saying? Like he was still talking about him after the fact. He didn't even stood up for his friend.
I don't have no issue with the flat earth because I believe it. The way my father trained me, I'm automatically trained to be anti anything. Like
it ain't really a belief.
Operation Paperclip. Why would I believe?
Don't believe it. You got to know it.
Say? I would
it
never
ain't a belief. It's a knowing thing.
Shout out to that away man.
I'm automatically going flat just because.
Not me. If they say, listen, if they say it's round, I'ma see if they right. I'ma prove it. See the way my mind works. I just want to, the Bible said it better than me. It say, prove all things. So if one of you niggas on the path, see, this is what I like about being a Gnostic. And this is what I like about this community of mine. These people who follow me, they don't blindly follow me. They follow me because I said something and they say I'm finna go prove what that nigga said. And they said,
I
Sanchez, you
respect that.
right. Now watch
I
this.
respect
I
that.
told them to do that. I didn't tell them to believe me. I told them don't believe me. Prove what I'm saying.
Find
I
out
tell
for yourself.
and get because I'm not looking for blind followers. I'm really looking for critical thinkers. But check this out right here, right?
Absolutely.
The whole thing is this right here, right? What I like about this community, it ain't that we going against the powers that be just because we don't like them. We're going against the powers that be because a Gnostic is a person that cannot sleep at night if they can't know something. They're literally called a Gnostic because they obsessed with knowing something. And if they can't know it, they don't fuck around with no belief. Guess what a Gnostic does? A Gnostic say, hey, I just don't know. I'm trying to find out. Give me some time.
Right.
And that's
Now,
what I
look,
like about this. It ain't
look.
about, I'm saying, well, he wrong because I don't like him. Or he always be lying. No, a
That's some
Gnostic
sucker
is
shit.
so, right, a Gnostic is so thorough, we just want to verify everything everybody's saying before we accept it as truth. Everybody, everything, yeah.
Look, my thing was this. I just saw how LJ reacted. Like he pushed the flat earth thing. I'm not mad at that. I believe the same. My thing was just he didn't seem to have the knowledge to be able to back up his stance.
Which
So he got all mad and stomped off the show like on some childish shit.
You
And
don't
then
know
he
what
tried
you're
to say
talking
that
about. Stop a
LJ, he
second.
tried to say that Godfrey drugged his weed or some shit. And I'm like, bruh.
So first
grew
of
up off
all,
that
he didn't
man's
say nothing
music.
about that whole drug and the weed shit is something y'all kind of blowing. That's come on,
No,
bro.
he said
but
that.
But here's what you gotta realize though, bro. You're trying to make it like Lord Jamar didn't know nothing about flat earth and he got mad at Godfrey because he was exposed on it. Here's the thing. If I come to my friend who's in the church and I say, man, I'm no longer a believer in Christ, and they start quizzing me on my newfound knowledge that woke me up, and I gotta let them know, bro, I just now woke up. I found enough knowledge out to know that Jesus ain't real. That's all I can tell. Oh, bro, stop. If you keep cutting me off, we gonna have fucking problems, bro. It's my turn to talk, bro. You gonna let me finish. Because you're trying to see some shit and you don't even know what's going the fuck on. This what I'm telling you, bro. Godfrey know that Lord Jamar wasn't no damn expert. Why the hell I got to tell my friend I'm not an expert so they don't ramsack me with a deacon? That's like me going to my friend saying, bro, this is between me and you. People gonna think I'm crazy for not believing in Christ, but you my homie. And my homie pop out with a damn a rabbi in a room with everybody watching and embarrass me. And I'm telling my homeboy, look, bro, I don't know a lot. All I know is Jesus ain't real. That's like Lord Jamar saying, bro, all I know is the earth ain't a globe. When I left the church, the only fucking fact that I had was that Jesus ain't real. Everybody was asking me all these deep questions about theology and I couldn't tell them nothing. I was only telling my friends, listen, bro, I just know that Jesus ain't real. They created him in the Council of Nicaea, but I'm learning more right now. I just started this. Oh, well, you don't know what you talking about. You don't know this and do that. See, that's what the world gonna do to you, just what you doing. What I'm telling my friend is this. Why the fuck do you want me to debate a theology professor when I'm trying to share to my homie that nigga I don't believe in Christ no more, and everybody gonna think I'm crazy. Everybody gonna call me a Satanist, nigga, and my homies start doing it before everybody. My own homies show up with the rabbi trying to debate me. Now I know I ain't got no friends. This truth is lonely, nigga. Y'all don't know what Lord Jamar going through. You just talking. You ain't never been through this shit. That's why you don't know how to, you looking at this shit wrong. Why the fuck would you be bringing a damn science professor on a show to debate your street-minded homeboy who just telling you, bro, I found some shit out that they lying to us, man. People gonna think I'm crazy. Now you want me to debate a fucking professor, nigga? So now you wanna bum rush me with a nigga who been on YouTube talking about this shit for all this time. See, bro left now.
He should have called you, man.
Bro left now.
I feel like Lord Jamar should have grabbed his phone and called you right on the spot when he got put on the spot, and call you or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like he should have did that. If he can't articulate it, he could have called somebody that know how to do it.
He wouldn't. Let me tell you something. Here's how it's gonna look, and I know why. I'm gonna tell you. When Lord Jamar was on that thing and they pissed him off, at that moment he feel embarrassed. Everybody looking like he. Hey, shout out to the sister Karina. She said, "What I like about you, bro Sanchez, is that you are not scared of delivering the truth. Some come and it go, but you are here to stay. Thank you." Hey, Karina, me and you actually have a little meeting tomorrow. Shout out. Hold on a second. Shout out to the sister Karina. Man, appreciate all of y'all for these super chats. And Karina, that is a big super chat, and I appreciate that, my sister.
Hey, Sanchez, you got PayPal? Because I don't got Cash App no more. They took it from me. And I wasn't able to donate for a while, so I just need to know another way, a form of payment. I could send you some money. I know I ain't seen you nothing in a minute.
Hey, man, I appreciate you, Red, and I know that you, always support, brother. But yeah, I got one. But I'll say this real quick, man, about the Jamar shit. The brother left, man, when I started breaking this shit down. Where did the brother go? See, he jumped off the call when he wanted to come up here with that narrative, and I let him see. Everyone's reacting like a cult member. Because when I left the church, everybody that's still in the church looked at me like I'm wrong. I'm wrong. And just like they say, well, what does it matter if the earth is flat? Guess what people told me when I left the church? What if you right? What if Jesus ain't real? It stopped me from smoking crack. You see, you're going to get those kind of responses.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
A whole lot of peer pressure is the first thing they throw at you. Is your mortality.
They don't want to let it go, because my best friend, he was my best friend since second grade, and we found out we was cousins. He was my best man in my wedding. So he been reading what's that dude named Miles something, like a dude that left the church. So he be saying that he be like I ain't into religion. I'm just into the kingdom of God. I just study the kingdom, and I'm like, bro, you still doing the same shit. You see what I'm saying? Like, you just don't want to let it go. You just want to find another way to trick yourself. And now you saying you in the kingdom now. You for the kingdom of God, instead of just saying let it all go together. You know what I'm saying?
All I know is
that's like a nigga saying.
I don't know what that mean. Like, what is the kingdom?
You know what? That's like a nigga saying, "Oh yeah, I don't smoke crack no more. I just hit rocks every now and then."
Right,
just rephrasing
I just
it.
sprinkle the coke on my weed and smoke it regular. I don't cook it up. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yes.
And that's my best friend and my cousin. But it's like, bro, what do you mean by you on the kingdom now? Like, he made a post the other day. He was like, yeah, when you get out of religion and you start understanding the kingdom. And I'm like, bro, you talking about the animal kingdom? Like, what do you mean you start studying the kingdom? Like, it's confusing to me. But it's just like you said, it's like you ain't smoking crack no more, you freebasing. Exactly.
Man, let me tell y'all something, bro. I rock with Lord Jamar all the way. Because, bro, I'm telling you, that nigga gotta be strong. He on a bigger spotlight, and he's been crucified. Like, think about what Lord Jamar gave up. Lord Jamar basically threw his whole rap legacy out the fucking door just to say the earth flat. How many real ones you know gonna do that? You know how many rappers know the truth, nigga? But they reputation, they want to be known as the rapper with the legacy, with the hit songs. Now that's the rapper that said the earth was flat and got laughed at. Because that's going to overshadow everything you ever did. Like, even if you in the NBA, bro, if you in the damn NBA and you come out and say that the earth is flat, you want me to tell you why Kyrie Irving apologized? It ain't just cause the money he making right now. It's cause, nigga, your whole generational legacy gonna be tainted by this one statement. That mean even when Kyrie Irving die, his children, when they daddy name is brought up, they gonna say, oh, the flat earth nigga, not the basketball legacy, Kyrie. These people had to shut up to keep their legacy, man. It's deeper than just the next paycheck, nigga. These people thinking their legacy being tainted behind flat earth versus you knowing me as the nigga who got this many championship rings, or as the nigga who was the hip hop MC who was with this legendary group or made this album or did that. All of that will be forgotten about, my nigga, the moment you say the earth flat. See, y'all don't know that.
Man, it's something about that flat earth that do that. It's some people that can disagree with a lot of different stuff. You can, and still it don't bother. You know what I'm saying? You can say polygamy is okay, or you could say a bunch of different stuff, bro. But when you say the flat earth, nigga, it's like it turned a whole switch. And what
Yeah.
you was talking about with LJ, right, and Godfrey, man, I was watching that, and I just was noticing like the energy, how he was like, they just like I just seen the energy, bro. I don't know if it was you said it was a setup. You was saying that when they brought the dude over there, he wasn't really prepared, didn't know he was coming up. I just remember how the energy, man, how they just was trying, they wasn't open minded enough to hear what he was saying, but they was quick to say some shit back, but
Right.
didn't understand what he was trying to say. You know what I'm talking about? Like it was real weird, and I know exactly what you're talking about. You will lose your friends. Your partners will stop fucking with you. You know what I'm saying?
And yeah,
And the truth is lonely, my nigga, for real.
it
And then your
is.
Truth
And,
is
grandmother will
lonely.
cut you
and,
off behind this shit.
and I'm going to say one thing. People say, why didn't he call Sanchez? Because it would have looked even worse for him. Because they were, he had to call. Look, he getting on the phone, calling up. They would have really ran with that. So the man was in a bad situation. I'm just saying, Godfrey shouldn't have never brought the professor on. It should, you know what it should have been? If Godfrey was a real, genuine friend, the moment his friend said the earth is flat, you don't go and get the white man to prove your friend wrong. You start interviewing your friend. If you love your friend, if my friend come to me and say, Sanchez, I don't believe in Christ no more, but I'm still in the church, I'm not gonna be trying to go and get the fucking rabbi to come debate my friend. I'm gonna keep kicking it with my friend, being his friend, but I'm gonna pick his mind and ask him, like, bro, what made you turn away from Christ? Like, what happened? You my friend, like, that was showing me that Lord Jamar was on some, this nigga said the earth flat. Lord Jamar is more loyal to the system than his friend, because in my opinion, Lord Jamar is a tether, and most tethers is not gonna be cool with a black dude who think he know more than that white man. You gotta remember that these tethers come over here and kiss this ground that the white man walk on. Now, you can have some tether homeboys, but they will never say that a black man's smarter than that white man, because who saved them? The white man. They're over here competing with you anyway, nigga. So, like,
Yeah,
the
I think.
moment, yeah, you got it.
No, I'm gonna say I feel like you. I feel you on that, because the moment I felt like Lord Jamar started getting a little traction, right, and people was really like, let me see what Lord Jamar talk. This is after he mentioned it to Godfrey, right? That's what it was, that he was sort of interviewing and they was talking about it. I remember they had a show with Rod Dick on there. He was talking about it. I could have swore it was you on there one time. They was talking about, they brought you
Yeah,
up,
yeah.
and then all of a sudden he brought the dude on there to debate him. I thought you was rocking with Jamal. I thought you was rocking with Lord Jamal with the flat earth. Now you gonna
And,
bring this dude over here to debate him? You know what I'm talking about? And I remember the fat, bright, skinny one. He was the one that didn't know what the hell he was talking about, but wanted to
yeah.
go back and forth. You know what I'm saying? He was. I think he a snake
See,
too. You know what I'm talking
he's
about?
the big snake. He more of a snake than Godfrey. But people want me to give Godfrey a pass, but it's Godfrey's show because people like, well, Lord Jamar could have told him he didn't want to talk to Dave. Let me tell you how that worked, right? If we're live and my friend, and we talking about flat earth, and my friend say, oh, I got somebody I can call up that'll debate you, I may know in my mind, oh shit, I'm not prepared to debate and I don't really want to debate. But nigga, we live, and how am I gonna look? I'm gonna look scared.
Right.
Come on, man. What I look, we're live. That's why I said Godfrey should have told him before the show, bro, I'm gonna have somebody on to challenge you. You back me in a corner, you let the live button hit, then you tell me, bro, I'm finna bring him on now. You know I'm not gonna back down once the live button get hit, cause it's gonna make me look like I'm running.
Is that light-skinned dude Godfrey homeboy or Lord Jamar homeboy?
I thought it was Lord Jamar homeboy.
The big
I don't know.
light-skinned dude, right? I thought that was Lord Jamar
He
homeboy.
seen
Yeah,
Mo Godfrey.
Godfrey, yeah.
But shout out to Awakening Minds. He said, fire her. Documentary yesterday, fam. Respect. Salutes to the panel and the #1 chat. Salutes to you, man. Shout out to all of y'all for those super chat donations. I appreciate y'all.
Hey man, that was live, man, on that
Sister
documentary.
Karina.
I ain't gonna lie.
Sanchez is a living legend. Living legend. That's the thing I love about it. We get to talk to him and while he's alive and give him his flowers because he a legend. Like literally.
I fuss with the Nazis. I fuss with the ye are gods. I fuss with that. I think I started noticing like I think it's a difference between like some of the stories in the Bible, and then you got stuff like what Paul and them was talking about, like letters to the Gentiles and shit, rather than what Christ, when Christ was going around, he was trying to tell them niggas, you know what I'm talking about? Rather, and I think people just got it fucked up about whether the story is real or not, if it's true. Like, he black or white, that's you missing the point. Rather, even if he was a real person or not, that's still missing the point. You like what is the man talking about? You know what I'm saying? You got to get into that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely dug that. I really did. I ain't gonna lie to you. That was fire.
Paul was definitely, the Apostle Paul was definitely a false prophet that was working with Rome. He probably was worse than Judas. People don't even know that. Like, if you really sit down and look at what Paul teaching, it's like you put it this way. You ever had this homeboy, and it's like he ain't gonna try to debate me, but he's gonna still say shit like he agree with me, but you disagreeing. It's like, I'm saying that Paul was a fake friend. Paul said a lot of shit that was contrary to what Jesus said, but got away with it. Mm-hmm. And you know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna be doing more streams about the Apostle Paul, because most of the churches are based upon what Paul said and not what Christ said, and they don't even know it.
They don't even know it. They Paulinians around that motherfucker, right? Real talk.
They Paulinians for sure, and don't know it. Hey, shout out to Sally McDermott. She said, when you said it was lonely being a flat earth, it reminds me of that song, All By Myself. Don't want to be all by myself. Sally, it is lonely when you have the truth in a world full of lies. Do we have anyone on the call that think Lord Jamar is a dummy? I didn't think we did. But I'm gonna play this Vlad TV. Shout out to my brother Marlon. Appreciate the love. He said it was an ambush, definitely premeditated. It was an ambush, and people can't realize that. Like, your homeboy ain't trying to debate when he's coming out telling you, bro, I found some shit out that changed my life. I no longer even think the way I think now. A true friend's first response won't be, let me go get the white man to debate this black man that's questioning the white man's science. You see, what kind
even if
of
he
friend,
didn't agree with him, even if he didn't agree with him, why come they couldn't have a debate together?
Right.
That would have made better content. That's your partner, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And y'all could have been cool at the end of the debate still. You want to embarrass the nigga and shit.
That's why, see, the reason they ain't cool, because I know how Lord Jamar look at it like, bro, wait a minute, you putting this damn white boy in between us? Because that's how I would look at my homeboy, like, look, bro, I just told you, people gonna think I'm crazy. I'm in a vulnerable situation. I thought you was my friend. I'm coming to share the shit with you because you my homeboy. I'm thinking even if you don't agree with me, for example, right? I know you're a Christian. I'm about to come let you know I left the church and I no longer believe in Christ. And I know you still believe in Christ, but I'm telling you because I'm hoping you won't react like the world will react. I thought you was my friend. So when I go to my best friend and be like, listen, homie, I don't believe in Christ no more. It ain't that I'm trying to convert my friend to be like I am. I'm trying to see, will I still be accepted by people I think is close to me with my newfound mentality? Because I know that part of them being my friend is that we agree on a lot of values and stuff in our upbringing. And then I go to my friend and my friend reacts in a way that let me know he's not going to really be my friend no more if I don't change my mind about my newfound thing, and it's hurting. Because now I got to debate. Now I got to argue when I just was seeking my friend to understand me. I ain't even want my friend to agree with me. See, if my friend would have said, bro, I think you going to hell. I don't know why you left the church, but you my nigga, and we gonna talk about this. What you doing tonight, man? Because we need to talk about, like, what did you see? Teach me, what did you find out? That's a genuine friend's response.
Right. You know, talking about my partner, bro. Let me tell you, that's how I got on it. Like the first person who ever mentioned Serapis to me was my partner Esco. Okay, he did 12 years. We was 18. Nigga did all 12. You know what I'm saying? About the third year after he got out, you know what I'm saying? We came to kick it one day with me, and he brought this Serapis up, right? Man, I was so intrigued, bro. I would have never went to a pastor or somebody and got some, you know what I'm talking about? Like, nigga, what is you talking about? I wanted to know. You know what I'm saying? And then really, that's how I bumped into you, bro. I go back to contradictions of the Bible with you, them old videos. You know what I'm talking about? That's how I ran across learning about what Serapis was. You know what I'm talking about? But I would have, you know, I had to learn for myself. I wouldn't have been on some, because that's my partner. He telling me what he didn't learn. You know what I'm saying? Trying to put me on, like I put him on flat earth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He trying to tell me what he learned. You know, I want to know. You know what I'm saying? That's my friend. You know what I'm talking about? And so I would have never did no shit like that, man. That shit
Right.
right there, I don't get that, bro.
It ain't what it is it hits me because I'm gonna tell you, I went through this and it was like, damn, it's like the same feeling you get when you get cheated on by a woman you love, because it's like, damn, I thought we was really friends. Nigga,
Right.
you was just fucking with me because I was part of your cult.
Mm-hmm.
And what's so crazy about it, right? Like tomorrow, if I go on Facebook and be like, I was wrong, y'all. I'm giving my life back to Christ. I love Jesus and I never leave Jesus again. Guess what? Everybody that they will come back and be, I knew you would come. They'll be back in my life at the snap of a finger, which let me know it's a fucking cult. And if I don't think like them, fuck you. But the moment I start, if I go back to the church tomorrow, nigga, I can get all my friends back.
That's a fact.
But that's
Or
what he
what I
do.
thought was friends. Yeah.
He be on
My,
the religious arguments all the time, you know, and they debate these different religious arguments back and forth all the time. So it wasn't a personal relationship that he was arguing with. He was just trying to win the argument, you know, and he just like threw his friend to the wolves to win the argument. That's how I feel about it. Like, you know, he set up the ambush, had the priests coming in, and then, you know, once he probably didn't even know.
That's what I'm saying. The coward part is he couldn't articulate if he was wrong anyway. He couldn't do it himself. He had to go and get another motherfucker to go do it. You know what I'm talking about? Like if he disagreed with him, tell me why you disagree. Can you articulate why you ain't feeling what I'm saying? You know, he had to go and get somebody else to do it for him. That's the coward part.
Well, that's the part you don't do to your friend, though. So, you can't say he was a friend. It was a friendly encounter when it's an ambush like that. You know what I'm saying? He ain't really looking at you just from that perspective. He's looking at,
See,
he's showing where his so-called skill level is.
I knew I was raised right. Y'all niggas let me know I was raised right. Because guess what? Because guess what you two brothers is letting me know? Of two friends don't put no strangers in between them when we having a sensitive ass moment. Like if I'm coming to my homeboy and for example, because we all in the church, I gotta use that one because that's something that really happened to me. You got to tell people you really love, I don't think like y'all no more, but I still want to be friend. Like I still want,
Right.
and I want to know, I can do it, but can you do it? And you realize, nope, nigga. You realize like people gonna start looking at you like you got the cooties when you say you don't believe in Jesus, and they gonna be trying to distance themselves from you, and they probably whispering behind your back, man, that nigga on some satanic shit. You gonna feel that you, even though you want to still be cool with them, you gonna realize, bro, they treating you like you gotta be quarantined with your newfound information.
They looking at you like lights about to strike, and they don't want to be next to you. It's like when you was kids. Anybody got a brother close to their age, and mama says, I know y'all fight, but don't ever fight in front of other people outside the family. Anybody mom ever tell you that? Pops ever tell you that? Don't fight with your brother in public. You know what I'm saying?
And don't be letting strangers intervene in y'all family shit.
So even if y'all in the worst fight in the world, if somebody else put a hand on your brother, y'all back on the same team.
My nigga Nasir hopping on. What's good, brother Nasir, man? Much love and respect, bro.
Wagwan Sanchez. What's up,
good,
man?
What's good,
man.
Sterling? Yeah, shout out to the enemy's public, man. Salutes. I'm glad you hopped on, bro. For real.
Salute. I got something to say quick fast too. I did accidentally join the Hebrew thing, man. And when I joined that, I did lose all my outside friends too. But that make me feel like if I was in the right thing. But now that I'm here in the right thing, I even lose my Hebrew friends too. Because I just moved to Syracuse, and that is when I get born to the Hebrew Israelites. And I had a few friends in Syracuse here, but after I get kicked out of the Hebrew Israelite stuff, I lose the friends in Syracuse. But my point is, what I want to say is, they make it feel like if I was in the right thing, because when I was in that, I also lose friends by teaching this Hebrew things, and a lot of people didn't want to hear that. So I thought I was in the right thing for a while, and a good thing, man. By accident, I end up getting to watch your channel on YouTube by being home from the Hebrew Israelite thing, you know what I mean? And I click on your video by accident, and since then, I've been watching you. And I don't talk much. I'm just here to learn and stuff. I know a little bit already about a lot what's going on, but I'm just here to learn the new knowledge that you have, that you put on. So I don't say much when I'm on the panel,
I really appreciate you, Sterling. I've been seeing you, come through and show your presence and, kind of be in the background. Much love, though, to you. And, man, I would like to ask you more about the Hebrews. Let me say this to the people.
I can relate to his story.
Okay.
Sanchez, about the time that I started listening to you, I was watching I forget the acronym, ICU. They have purple and gold colors, like the
Oh yeah, I was in that IUIC. Yeah, IUIC.
Yeah. I was watching
the Kyrie
that.
guys. Yeah,
and it just made me feel like I was becoming something I hate. You understand? I mean, we hate racism and all of that, right? But it felt like I was just becoming a racist and blaming it on God. That's how it felt.
It
In the
wasn't feeling
name of
right for me
God.
too.
That's
Yeah.
crazy work right there. That's exactly what that is, seem like. You just a straight racist in the name of God. That's what that is,
That's,
bro.
that's how I
Yep.
felt. And
Yep. Yep.
and then I watched Bro Sanchez one day. Man, I was back in the green screen days, which wasn't really a screen, it was a curtain, but it was green. And I was like, damn, here's a perspective that, I can relate to. Man, and I've been in this community ever since, like when it began, like from his story to
Yeah.
her story, from way
But
back then.
I'm gonna tell you how I get kicked out.
That's a wow for sure. Hell yeah, that's love.
It's a funny story how I got kicked out of the IUIC. Is I'm gonna make it short. I used to be up in the class in Rochester. I used to go down there because I'm from Syracuse, so the closest school is Rochester. So I used to go down there and I used to be up in the class and thing, and it used to be so bored from it. It never used to be making sense after a while because I get hooked. I get hooked in it first with the Hebrew chart. They had this chart and the 12 tribe Israel chart or whatever, and the
Yeah.
slavery thing. So it kind of hook you in. But once I'm in there, I'm not a guy just to listen thing and just take it in. I question a lot of stuff too in my mind. So as I was in there, I was questioning stuff and it wasn't making sense to me. So what happened was I used to just go down, take a break and go outside and go. I used to go in the parking lot down in my car and roll me a little joint. I used to smoke me a little joint down there and thing and come back up and relax and shit. But one day I get caught. Somebody come down and caught me smoking in the car and shit.
Yeah.
One of the guys came down to job somebody and he caught me in the car smoking and they make a big deal. But the thing is, let me tell you some funny story. They didn't kick me out for smoking weed. They kicked me out when I was going against the leader. I told them, listen, I saw something on YouTube that the bishop is in some type of bullshit. I ain't going to say too much, but that is when the guys them kicked me out when I was going against the bishop. They gave me a break for smoking weed. Twice they gave me a break for smoking weed downstairs. And the day I
Well,
talk about against the bishop, I was out, man.
that's funny. I grew up loving Rasta music. I would be like following Rasta before I
Yeah.
would follow, that Hebrew Israelite thing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It was just like, I grew up listening to Rasta, and that's more closer than
Let me see.
this Hebrew stuff.
Let me interject real
Yeah.
quick.
It just made me feel weird. You know what I mean?
I want to
Yeah,
make
because
an
me too.
I gotta
I've
make
never
an
grew up in no
announcement real
religion.
quick. I gotta make an announcement real quick. First of all, shout out to Astro 40K. He said we was getting an echo. Yeah, I stepped away from the mic to grab a beer and I cut the speakers on to still hear. Then I come back and forget to cut the speakers back down and the audio go through the mic. But that don't mean they can't hear y'all. It just mean they hear you twice, right? But it was just for a little while. But let me say this also. I'm dropping a link right now, and I really need someone to help the show out who's voting that Lord Jamar is a dummy. I haven't got no one on the show that is letting us know how Lord Jamar is a dummy. But we do got people that have voted that way. Hey, brother Nasir, your mic is unmuted, so I'm gonna let you just take the floor from there, man. Salutes to you.
Peace, my brother. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, man. How about yourself?
I'm good, brother.
That's what's up.
I don't see Lord Jamar as a dummy, but I don't see him as a revolutionary either.
Word.
He's not a revolutionary.
Kick your knowledge, bro. Go on, break it down.
He's just not. Revolutionary is an action. And I don't as I haven't seen him do anything remotely that's revolutionary.
I would argue against that.
You can do that.
Me too. Respectfully.
You can do that.
I respect the
Because
brother Nazir though. Yeah.
for him to be like, as a rapper, he was like mainstream rapper, as far as if you could put that in that place.
He
And
didn't
then
mess
for him
the
to
image
take
of black men up though. He wasn't no stereotype, the image and shit, but yeah, I'm gonna fall
right.
back.
But he also chimed in as a flat earther, which how often have you seen that happen? You don't see that a lot. So that is kind of revolutionary to be talking to the hood and telling the hood and coming from the hood and saying, hey, man, I think we're being lied to. That is kind of revolutionary, in my opinion.
Yeah, not, you know, it depends on what you're, you know, what you consider a revolution. That's I mean, that's just as revolutionary as Prince in the Revolution. That's how I
No,
see it.
not the same thing. Because
Us, no,
Prince
no,
didn't
listen
come
to what
out.
I'm saying. To get the context, what I'm saying, let me finish.
Okay.
A revolution is when you're a part of a revolution, you're a part of something. I mean, I can understand that you're saying it's revolutionary because it's something he's standing up for that, and that's what, you know, it's we've been lied to, and the truth came out, and he's part of the group that's going to tell that truth. That is revolutionary. But when I said that's revolutionary as far as being a part of a actual revolution,
Well, I mean,
every
come on
revolution,
now.
every revolution that I've seen,
Extreme like that.
every revolution that I've seen wasn't a part of no talking.
You're
Was not
taking
a
it
part of
to an
talking.
extreme, though. There's levels to it. You know what I mean? I mean, he's a singer. He's a rapper. He's not a warrior or going to war. You know what I'm saying? The revolution really is overthrowing a government. That's what, you know, but we using it in a different context right here. You know what I'm saying? Just within the boundaries of what of his reach.
That's what
You know what I'm
that's why I said it depends on what you see as revolution. That's I don't see him as one. I don't see him as a dummy either. Not a dummy. I wouldn't call him a dummy.
right. That was the choices up there, so I couldn't call him a dummy. You know what I mean? He done more
I
than
wouldn't
me.
call him that.
But I would say, hey, he was closer to revolutionary than he is to dummy. So I got to go with revolutionary.
You know, and I can agree with that.
So we cool.
I can agree
I
with that.
would. I want to say. Oh,
He's closer to revolution than he is a dummy. Now he's not a dummy.
I just want to say that Lord Jamar is my favorite brand Nubian. I always liked his flow out of all of the brand Nubians. He always was saying something and just he always was taking it to a whole
And
nother
and
level.
and you know what?
Right. He was.
And
He
on
was.
top
He
of that,
was just.
and, and on top of that, out of
Cuba.
all, and also on top of that, brother, like you can't tell me anyone else on, and this is a challenge to the panel. Tell me anybody else on Vlad TV channel that is more relevant to the culture and says more relevant shit that the people need than Lord Jamar. Come on, what you gonna say, Boosie? Come on, let's play that game.
Now Lord Jamar, he's the most, he challenged them the most also. He challenged Vlad the most. Really the only one
Yeah,
who really challenged them. But I will agree with that. No,
yeah.
there's no, as far as the culture, nobody's been as relevant as a as far as hip hop like Lord Jamar. I can agree with that also.
I
Lord
knew
Jamar
that
done touched
because
on a
nigga,
lot of stuff. Lord
and I'm
Jamar done Go ahead. Go
my
ahead, my G.
bad, AJ. I'm gonna just land here. This important, right? I knew when Lord Jamar left Vlad and I stopped watching Vlad how important Lord Jamar was, not only to Vlad nigga, but to the culture. And when folks was tripping about him coming back, it's crazy because this gonna sound crazy. I was fucking happy. It was like a breath of fresh air, man. But I'm gonna fall back, AJ. Not bad.
No, that's real though, because he be having a lot of that shit that make a nigga look bad on there. You know what I'm saying? Lord Jamar, he
He
what I was gonna
evens
say
it
a while
out.
ago.
Yeah.
But
Right.
what do you expect for a Jewish propaganda machine to do? That's
Yeah.
all they ever done was made us look bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
But
That's
see
all they ever done is
what
made us look
you
bad.
know,
Vlad is no different from the rest of those
but you
propaganda machines.
but you know why I listen. I respect Vlad more than all the other propaganda machines. Here's why, right? Lord, Vlad ain't forcing a nigga to make an ass out of himself like Adam 22 is basically, nigga, we forced the nigga do. I'm just saying, like, Lord Jamar proving that you can go on Vlad, disagree, push back, stand up for yourself, speak up for men, and nigga, you can still be on Vlad. A lot of niggas feel like they gotta go on these platforms and tap dance, and the white man ain't even asking you to do that. But he know some of you niggas gonna do it anyway, cause you know it's gonna make his ratings hop. See, I don't even think these people gotta ask like that no more. Like Adam 22, he know these niggas already know what it is. It's gonna be ratchet shit, degrading shit, demeaning yourself. But it's gonna be always one or two nigga like the nigga Sharp who was over there. He was like, well, bro, I'm not gonna belittle myself. I'm about this pimping. I'm about what I'm on here, and he didn't last long. So that's what I'm saying. Like with Vlad, you can kind of push back and be your own nigga, and Vlad don't seem like he just gonna be on some Adam 22 shit. But I'm just saying, that's just me. I don't know.
And I
And
also think though that Vlad knows that most that he let on there gonna put their own foot in their own mouth, and that's,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying. And he's gonna let that happen.
and he's going to actually. Vlad is a provocateur. That's what he does. And a lot of times when I'm watching him and I see him talking about somebody who's not there and talking to somebody else about a person, trying to get them to talk about that person, like he did with D.L. Hughley when he was talking about the brother Nick Cannon and Griff. Why are you talking to D.L. Hughley, clown ass, about that? He has nothing to do with that. He said he solicited that. He had D.L. Hughley talking about Griff when Griff said he don't know the brother, but he still talked about the brother
You
because
know what?
he brought it out of him. He solicited
That's
that.
that's a good point.
He solicits that. That's what he does. He agitates.
You know what,
And then
though?
we
Let me
have
ask
brothers
you this.
beefing.
Now, what you give it, you making a good point, Nasir, because I don't stand by that. My rule is this. If you do that, then you got to get the other brother on there to even it out, and it got to be not on some, I'm finna put y'all against each other for ratings, but actually let's nip this in the bud and use these platforms what they supposed to be used for if two niggas disagree. Do it, you know how you would mediate it, not on no messy shit, thinking no money content, but more so let's teach these young boys how we disagree as men versus keep the ratchetness going for the algorithm and shit. So yeah, I see it. Yeah, see what you saying, man. But that's what I was saying about if Vlad was to even it out and bring. You may disagree with that. Push back if you do, but I don't think nothing wrong with that shit if you got both brothers there. But if you got one of them there, and then like Shannon kind of do that too. He'll get a person on there to talk about the other dude, and he'll bring the other dude back to talk about him, and the mess will just get bigger and bigger, like academics doing. But he'll never bring them together to solve it or to be mature about it. Yeah.
That's how you stretch out the controversy, stretch out the argument. They got to take turns instead of actually interact.
Because the goal is not to nip the beef in the bud, it's to keep it going, and it's content for him. It's about the content. It's not he can care less about anybody who's on his show.
Doing it for the clicks, right?
He gonna do the show. He gonna put it. He gonna make some shorts, put them out also, and get paid off all that.
Mike check, peace. I'm up there.
You got it.
Loud and clear.
No, peace. Peace to Bro Sanchez. This mathematics, man. I just want to say, Lord Jamar, he did stick his neck out for the culture, man. You know what I mean? Therefore, I will call him a revolutionary. You know what I'm saying? Because of that simple fact. And he always, like y'all say, he always been on Vlad speaking the truth for the most part of most that he can say anyway. But the thing is, black people don't get behind each other, man, on anything no more, man. And when somebody speak against that, you know, the government or anything like that, or anything scientific or anything that's got to do with, you know, curriculum in schools and stuff, everybody jumps on their case, man. And that's wrong in itself, you know what I mean? But he is a revolutionary just for him bringing out flat earth, how he did it. And I respect that man for that.
What you just said is important because I can sum up to you who Lord Jamar is right now, and y'all will look at the man different because you'll know he a revolutionary. Because check it out, right? Remember during the pandemic, the Corona beer, they had rappers talking about you need to vax that thing up. They was promoting the jab and all that. The rappers, these companies like Pfizer and Moderna was hiring your goddamn rappers to go out there to push an experimental damn thing. See, Lord Jamar is the nigga that say, I don't trust that shit, fuck that, even though he's one of them. That's why I said people are act like a lot of black folks are counsel Jamar, right? But they'll support Donald Trump and be like, well, Donald Trump for the people, and he's like on the inside, but for the people. Nigga, Lord Jamar is the only nigga who you see on these big platforms that's really saying some anti-establishment, first of all, saying some flat earth shit is just mind-boggling. Like, it's not even smart for Lord Jamar, even if he know the earth is flat, to admit it on these big platforms, but it just show you the kind of real nigga he is.
Hey, Troy, can I ask you a
Brother
question?
Sanchez, I said it to you when we was on the phone, brother. I said it to you when we was on the phone, when we talked on the phone. Before he decided to even have a conversation or debate, he should have consulted somebody like you.
And he still can. I will listen.
And got more information. It's
I'm
just
gonna get back. And I'm gonna get back on Professor Day. All these niggas. I got documentaries coming. You got it, bro. My bad. My bad, bro.
Hey,
sorry.
Hey, can I ask a question
I
real
cut
quick?
Nasir off.
Let me ask one
I
question.
just wanted to let Nasir know. Yeah, I'm still gonna go and you know, debate them niggas, even though if they don't, you know, it ain't too late is what I'm saying. He should have, yeah, but I'm still gonna go back and fucking correct that shit.
Up, family. Hey, did anybody see Lord Jamar on Killer Priest? With
I did.
Shyman Dan and all them.
I did.
Flat Earth Dave. You know
when
what I mean?
was this? Because I've been under my rock.
It was a couple years ago.
Yeah,
oh yeah, I saw that
ago,
one.
bro.
Yes, I don't know if I remember it. I was
Killer Priest. He was on Killer Priest, and they was going in.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Killer Priest.
So Jamar is the guy, man. Like people that's calling him a dummy, y'all gotta kind of look it up, man.
They the damn dummies. But you know, the people that's calling Lord Jamar a dummy can't come up here and say why. Because if they say, well, we calling him a dummy because the earth flat, they know they can't even debate how the earth is a globe. But they calling Lord Jamar a dummy because they saying he can't debate how it's flat.
Yo, I've been in
That's
Parliament.
the frustrating part, man. That's like he was talking about when they was on Killer Priest, man. He was trying to tell them niggas, right? And they calling him the dummy, but they don't even know their own shit.
That's
You
what
know
I'm
what I'm
talking
saying?
about.
Like, that's the frustrating part. He was trying to tell them niggas, bro, and they were trying to come at him all kind of ways, but then, nigga, you the one that don't even know what the hell you talking about. You know, at least Lord Jamar was on some truth shit. You know what I'm saying?
And Sanchez, I ain't mean to, you know what I mean, promote, you know what I mean, that, but like on the real, we talking about Jamar, man. His name is Lord Jamar, man. He come from Brand Nubian, man. He's a legend in the rap industry. You know what I mean? much respect to him, man. Like, can't nobody throw no salt on his name, man. That's ludicrous. That's like Mike said, that's ludicrous.
Hey, did
But
any of y'all hear that
That's
song
ludicrous.
Elephant in the
That's the most
Room?
ludicrous I've
Did
ever
any of
listened
y'all
to.
hear his song Elephant in the Room?
elephant in the room, man. Come on, man.
Flat
That
Earth
jam
is
No,
go
the that's
I've
hard.
been
crazy
around
because
Lord
now
Jamar. I've
Flat
been
Earth
around
is
the
the
brother. He's a good
yeah.
brother. Like to like if you be around him, he's real approachable. He's not no standoffish dude either. He's
Right,
Yeah.
not. He's not no standoffish dude. He
right.
approachable.
And for what was the dude, Simon Dan or whatever the dude was, man. But like the dude that got on him on what was my boy Godfrey show or whatever. Like y'all right about that. Like Godfrey shouldn't have did what he did, man. Like they were cool before that, and that was just a setup, or it was just something for clickbait type thing. You know what I mean? And he did get some views off it, but the point is this: the Earth is flat. And when people start really realizing it and waking up to it, they gon' it's gonna be diabolical, man. It's gonna be kind of like a not a war, but it's gonna be like a wake up call to the
A
whole
revelation.
world, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, revelation. Thank you. That's the word. And then what people gonna do then? You know what I'm saying? And then like I'm looking at it like, why can't people just really realize this issue? Like, this is not a new thing. Flat Earth is not new. It's actually ancient.
But you know what? They keep talking about, yeah, I'm going to show you how backwards the world is, right? The fucking globe earthers keep saying this new age flat earth shit, but they don't realize that, nigga, the globe is the youngest goddamn philosophy on earth. It's the newest
Mhm.
age concept. On the Greeks just came along, nigga.
Thank
Like I
you.
said, if you ask these globe earthers to give you the history of they shit, they gonna bring up Ptolemy, Copernicus, Newton, Galileo. Where the melanated indigenous folks at, huh? Because like I said, I exposed that most of these priests are the synagogue of Satan. For
Thank
example,
you.
because like for example, when I debated the Kemetic priest Jabari, no disrespect to him, I ain't got no bad blood for him, but I did make him argue against Nut and Gab. I will make a Hebrew argue against Hebrew cosmology. I will make them start giving y'all a spook god of mysticism, the demiurge. Cause why? If I ask them, look, how is your God gonna be seen by every eye if the earth is a globe?
If it's
Depending
a
on
globe.
if it, and you know what they
Mm-hmm.
say, well, now they gotta turn God to a magician. What, like God couldn't be smart enough to be a scientist and say, well, look, I'ma build the earth in a way to make my entrance so grand. Like when we watching the WWF and the wrestler walking down the fucking aisle, he didn't do no magic trick. We just architecturally built the building in a way to make that all eyes can see him, the way we got the stage set up. God ain't that smart, y'all. He need
Right.
magic tricks and shit.
Come on, man.
Yep.
So
Hey,
I
man.
make all of these folks turn their God to a magician when they dealing with me. Shout out to my
Yeah.
brother Jack, man.
Nothing
Yeah.
give. The four corners of the earth. It's a whole bunch of stuff you can't explain that don't even look right on the globe, and they don't know how to explain it. You got, like I said, you got to be magic. You got to be all being at all places at all times type of shit.
Right. Hey, you
Yeah,
know how I
yeah,
looked
I
at it,
see.
man? You know how I always looked at it, bro? That it's all imagination. Like the globe is imagined. It was imaginated. It was a dream to one of these white boys in Copernicus or Aristophanes or something. And then he dreamed it or something, and then he was probably already rich
You
or
know what?
something. And
You know
yeah, he
what?
dreamed it and then made it up, bro.
Let me tell you what the globe earth is and give you the real history of it, right? It ain't. It is coming out of some people's imagination, but it ain't just dreamed up by one guy or a small group. It is a medley of theories that have been stacked upon each other over the ages every time someone asks a question that they can't answer. So they basically made their whole model based upon what Gnostics was doing to expose the flaws in it. So if I go up to a person and be like, look, how does this happen if the earth is a globe? Then that become the answer that they formulate becomes a theory, not a fact, to support a model that's in the land of theology, not in reality. So like this whole model is a bunch of, it's like it's the result
of different theories. It's a bunch of different theories.
And it's like this, AJ, if me and you lying for thousands of years, we gonna have to make another lie and another lie to make up. And so now this collection of lies will now become our model, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
And then they come up with some kind of math. They come up with some kind of math that can, because see, a circle could be a line also. So like, I mean, the dynamics of it, I can't explain. I'm not all like that, but if you do the math to a lot of things, man, a line and like 180 degrees, you see what I'm saying? 180 degrees equal 360. So you can kind of make the math work, and they can put it on a piece of paper. It's like a contract that we sign nowadays. Like when they put it on paper, it's gonna look like it works, but in actuality, it's not real. Is it like you sign contracts all day now? But it's almost like this.
It's
you got
like
stoplights, you got stoplights, you got stop signs, you got lines in the street. But everybody go over these lines, everybody run lights and shit. Like, but
people
just because them lights are there and them lines are there, don't mean nobody gonna pass them. You know what I mean? So
you know
the lines are
what's crazy.
No.
I just want to say this. My bad.
Go ahead.
I want to, for y'all, lead this conversation about this lie, this globe shit, why this lie got started. See, people got to realize, like, the church didn't ever have a creator deity in their pantheon. The church had a bunch of Greek gods in Olympia, but if you ask them who created them gods, who created the universe, it was always, it just sort of popped up. That became the Big Bang. See, the problem is this world around us is indeed a creation, and it is impossible to have a creation without a creator. So like when the church took the creator away, then they had to give y'all physics to explain why all this intelligence around us can make sense from just a random mishap. You see what I'm saying? That becomes
the creation.
A collection of theories on how everything around you can work in unison without no divine intelligence behind it. That's what physics is. See, but none of it makes sense until you start factoring in an intelligence behind this creation, and that's why we're a threat, nigga. That's why Flat Earth a threat, because it shows, look, we inside of a very cleverly crafted motherfucking terrarium. Some built this shit and we got to start now talking about what that something is, and the church don't want to have that conversation because they already gave you your gods and they ruling you with them.
Yep, they're ruling with fear.
With fear. That's real.
Okay, these theories that we coming up with, right? You get all these lies, right? These theories on top of theories. Were those told just because they didn't know how to answer the question, or they was hiding something?
Hey, look, let me tell you how.
Let me tell you what a theory is. Let me tell you something. He asking a question that's my expert, bro, and I don't want to leave him hanging. I got you. Check this out, right? A theory is an explanation to a natural phenomena that the person cannot or chooses not to explain with a fucking fact. Take a minute and think about that. We ain't just in front of a liquor store having a random conversation. It's some deep shit. Listen what I'm telling you, what a theory is. It's not a fact. It's an explanation. If I drop this lighter and someone explained to me that gravity put it down, that don't make the explanation a fact. We all can have an explanation for it. But see, what a theory is a motherfucker's explanation that has been treated like a fact for so long, it's now just the status quo. Anybody go against it, they wrong.
But
And what is that?
But
and
by
what is
definition, definition, it said it's a well substantiated
But look, y'all.
explanation.
But see,
that-
but
the
here's
theory is-
hold on a second about the well substantiated. This is where it gets technical, and that's when I gotta get surgical. Watch this. Whenever you hear them say a well substantiated theory, think about this
explanation. A well substantiated explanation, not
now,
theory.
let me speak on it, right? Because a theory is an explanation. It's just one that's well substantiated. But here's what I'm telling you right here, brother. Well substantiated mean reviewed by a group of peers that's all part of the same team. That's just a fucking cult. The question you gotta ask, who substantiated?
Right.
You don't need. My thing is this.
No,
I just want to land my plane, man. I don't want to make this is hard for me to just land. I'm trying to just land real quick.
That's a good. I can get with that.
So the whole thing I'm gonna say right here, and I'm gonna land my plane right here, right? Who substantiated it? The thing about the truth is this: it don't need none but evidence to substantiate it. Not a group of peers, not a group of niggas in a room that said this is what we gonna agree. That's maintaining the social norms. That's what was done in councils like Chalcedon and Nicaea. Go look them up. Go look them up. I know you don't know, but check this out, right? Just because everyone agree on some shit don't make it a fact. You know what people say in the South? What you don't know don't hurt you. And if you go against that, people will think you stupid. But if you really think about it, they stupid, because what you don't know will kill your ass.
Right.
So let's talk about theories versus facts. Yeah, let's talk, because they ain't the same. I can assure you that.
No,
yeah.
Because look, this is what happens. Everybody goes through 12 years of this school education, and that's the theory. That when you go to school, or the school we go to or whatever, we done went through 12 years of this stuff. You get you a diploma now, and you think you know. All you've been taught was theory. All you've been taught was some kind of explanation, and all of it wasn't facts. Some of it is fact, but the most of it wasn't. You know what I mean? Science, social studies.
You know what it is, bro? You cooking right now. I'm gonna give you this.
Curriculum is what they want you to learn.
Right, that's the theory.
And see, when you go on with it, mathematics, check this out, right? When you say some of it is true, I'm gonna show you why that some of it is true, right? Because if a person say everything that goes up gonna drop down because of gravity, well, the truth, if the person say, well, things fall to the earth because of gravity. Well, the truth is that things fall to the earth. The lie is the reason you saying why they fail. That's your explanation. So what these people do in physics, they base the shit off the truth. They'll say, well, they'll give you some we all observe, right? They will say, well, we noticed that night and day occur every 12 hours. We get sun and we get night. And they will say, well, that's because the earth is spinning. Now, they telling the truth about us getting night and day every 12 hours, but they lying about the reason why. And these reasons why is what got the whole world trapped in a false reality about the nature of the world around them. So if the people may say, what does it matter about what the earth is? That's like us watching a movie called The Matrix, right? And you walking up to a motherfucker in a Matrix because you Neo, right? And you telling them, look, man, the world around you fake. It ain't what they telling you it is. It's a simulation. And someone in the Matrix telling you, what does it matter about what the world is? We get that as when we trying to tell these folks the truth. It's literally a Matrix, and they respond like it.
Now look, the words we speaking right now, they call it English or whatever. But the thing is, this ain't even a natural language. This shit was all made up too. So the only way we can understand each other is if we talk English. So our whole educational system was taught in English. Now, when you break it all down, though, Sanchez, even the words we speak, some of these words don't even exist. You know what I'm saying too? So,
Well, you ain't getting the whole truth about your language either, though.
Hey, I
that's
tell
what I'm.
you, let me do one thing real quick.
That's what
Ashley,
I'm saying.
hey, real quick. Ashley Fret, I'm gonna drop the link for you. You said let's bet, right? For us to bet, we gotta talk, right? I ain't gonna be typing in the chat room. Click the link, let's bet it. How much you wanna bet? And I'm gonna give you we gonna get a moderator. I got a group full of brothers on the panel right now. Ashley, that ain't gonna let me overtalk you or do you wrong. You're a sister too. They gonna check me, so trust me. It's gonna be a fair exchange. They gonna moderate this thing and make sure I ain't abusing my power. You said you wanna bet it. I'm calling your bluff. Let's bet it. How much you wanna bet? Let's do it. We can do Cash App and we can do a moderated debate right now. Let's see if you really playing with me. Like, don't play with me, y'all, because I'll call y'all bluff and say, well, let's do it. Come on, let's go.
My bro Sanchez, I'll be in touch, brother. I have to go. But I appreciate you allowing me to come up, brother.
Thank you,
Hey, bro,
brother.
stay here,
And
my G.
Lord Jamar is a revolutionary, my brother
He
Nasir.
is. Yeah,
You wanna leave me?
I agree. I
You
don't
wanna send
agree
me?
with the
You wanna
stats
send
that
me
was
on my way
in
with
the
that,
chat.
brother?
Huh?
I said you want to send me on my way with that, brother.
Yeah, because I want you to realize this, man. Any brother that goes against the status, just being your own man is a revolutionary act in this
Larry,
fucking
thank
world.
you. Right. Because y'all got to remember, this language ain't ours, man.
But shout out to
Yes,
the
it
brother
is.
Nasir. You
That's
got it,
where I
bro.
disagree.
Salute,
It
brothers.
is.
Peace.
Salute.
We've been taught that it's not ours.
Hey, we had a play in it
Look
because
up
we
the
had to, like,
look up the
black people is we dominant already. But the point is this, they copy everything we do. So even
okay.
some of this stuff that our own people has went against our own people. You got to remember that too.
Yep.
So
Who copy everything we do?
the
The
government
world.
or the
Not
yeah.
see, because we gotta, when we say they copy everything black people do, here's what I want to give y'all some very important truth. Black people are science project in America. We've been socially engineered and genetically modified to be a control human that they said would be it's like a building demolition. We
But we
want
were
to
always this
I
way
just
though.
I just want
My
to
fault.
I just want to holler at you. I got you, bro. So check this out, bro. What I'm telling you is this. It don't matter I'm telling you what it is. We're a fucking program and an experiment where they found out how to depopulate a group of people and make them people do it from the inside out so they don't have to damage nothing else. It's like a building demolition. If I can destroy that building from the inside out and make it collapse and upon itself, then every other building around it can keep standing, and that's a good demolition job. When they trying to exterminate a group of people out of the masses, they gotta be careful how they target that group, because if you try to do it with biological threats and you can't maintain that biological weaponry to that group, it will spread to yours. So you gotta be careful, because if you try to obliterate a whole group of people, you need a big bomb, and that bomb can be so big it destroy your people or your resources. How do you get a cancer that's interwoven into the body and get that out of there? It's an intricate process. Now the thing is, you get the cancer to destroy itself, and that's what we see with black people. But here's why I want to just let me cook a minute. Why do the whole world copy off black people? Because every government looked at how black people was created by our government, and they said, look, that's a good experiment. If we can make everybody think like black people, we can control them better. Black people are at the bottom. We fucking spend more than everybody. We don't own all. If you think about if the government want a group of people that it can control, give them black people's mentality. And that's what we see every country doing.
Right.
We see Crips and Bloods in London. We see abortion clinics popping up in places they never were. We see the same shit black people on, like the brother said, but we wasn't like this, right? We were socially engineered to be this way. And once they found out that this worked with black people, other governments picked up the damn same protocol and started using it on the least desirables in their country. And I'm gonna show you how you know I'm right. When we say everybody copy off black people, not the rich people, only the people that they want exterminated. Only the broke, poor people in the ghetto culture in every fucking country copy off black people, not the people that they don't want to exterminate. So how they able to target this specific group that's on the King Alfred plan and nobody see it but me? We look at it like it's a fucking flex. We say, oh, they copying off us, bro. They just being socially engineered like us. They make us see that shit like a flex. Like, oh, we got clout, nigga. If you only knew the truth. And guess what? When K-pop become a better way to control kids than hip-hop, that'll replace drill music in America, nigga. We not set no trends. That shit ain't happening organically. That's socially engineered. Black people say, well, the whole world copying off black folks. Well, black folks copying off white folks. Everything these niggas brag about is Louis Vuitton, European shit, European standards of beauty and fashion. You know, these niggas will tell you that I'm wearing something you can't even pronounce because it's not his culture. It's foreign. But we saying everybody copying off us while we copying off, goddammit, the next man. It's socially engineered. Yeah. That's
So
just
I
the
think
facts. Yeah.
I think he was a dummy, man, because he didn't start off at the right spot. What started it off for me was figuring out the moon landing and NASA's line. That's where he should have started. What do you think?
Well, I wouldn't call him a dummy for that. I'm gonna be honest with you, Jack. The way that me and you and others woke up, we were already in the quote unquote conspiracy community, right? We was already questioning reality. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know if that's necessary because you got the so-called conspiracy community, then you got the pro-black revolutionary community, and that's where Lord Jamar from. Now, the pro-black revolutionary community, they conspiracy theorists to a certain degree, meaning that they understand systematic targeting, right?
Yep.
But they don't get into cosmology and like aliens and like, so it's kind of separated because they will only go into like the history of, it's separated is all I can say. But it's, yeah.
Go ahead.
You got it. You go ahead.
That Lord Jamar is a 5%. You know what I mean? So, the lessons deal with 360 degrees, you know what I'm saying, 120. They deal with the planets and all that. And see, Lord Jamar cracked the code on that. And he know and understand that the space don't exist. And that's where it kind of threw him out of the loop. You know what I mean? So people looking at him like other 5% look at him like,
you know what?
You know what I mean?
You know what? They should be looking at him like the Messiah because guess what? Mathematics. He make all of these symbols and doctrines make sense now because he's reconnecting it back with the ancestors that started this shit. But see, what Lord Jamar is up against is tradition. He got truth, but he going against tradition.
Yep. And
I'm
that's
telling
all
you,
of us. That's all of us.
That's all of us, bro. That's why I'm gonna rock with Lord Jamar because he represents all of us, bro.
Yep.
He represents all of us.
And a lot of guys felt I rock 5% too. I got a lot of, you know what I mean? But the thing is, when you like 5% taught me a lot of things, you know what I mean? But when you break it down to the foundation and go back to the ancestors and all that, see, 5% don't bring you all the way there. 5% just give you basic knowledge. You know
And
what I
let me
mean?
show
But
you some. I'm gonna show you how you know 5% nation have been infiltrated by the papacy, just like all the other groups.
right,
Because here's the thing: when you say 5%ers don't take you back to the ancestors, because watch this, I'm gonna show you now. When 5% go into their cosmology and they teachings about the planets and shit, that's all on Greek philosophy, Copernicus,
Yep.
Galileo, and all that.
Yep.
No one is connecting back with the ancestors. They connecting with the enemy that told you your ancestors didn't know what they was talking about, while he's really using their secrets behind closed doors to fucking control you with.
Yeah, man, like it's
I
really
mean, that's
real,
true. A lot
y'all.
don't know
That's why
that.
he is a revolutionary, because he revolutionary 5% off the top, and that's why all the gods and earth and they looking at him in a certain way like that, bro. But, like, in the end of the day, man.
You know what? Let me one
Oh,
more thing. The reason Lord Jamar is being crucified, he's gonna force the 5% nation to have to rewrite the way it's interpreting the symbolism. Just
nah, they
like
can't rewrite it.
that's what I'm telling. Just like they can't allow the way that the church, all of these people interpreting the Bible with space, they can't allow them to see that the Bible was based on flat Earth and it don't even make sense with space. That'll mess up the whole system in the world. Bro,
Yeah,
just the
that's
same way that
tradition.
the same way, listen, the same way that the physicists will have to rewrite all the physics books, all the Bibles, all the 5% nation books, all the Circle 7 Qurans, all that shit. It ain't gotta be rewritten, it just gotta be reinterpreted. See, what the church did came and changed the interpretation, and that is what founded the entire world system. I didn't say the American system, I said world system. This should have a domino effect around the world.
Right. Because like around the world they teaching the solar system off the tops. So right there in itself is a problem. And if that was to be reversed, that's gonna be a problem. It's a problem. You know what I'm saying? It's a problem that needs to be solved. Or I can't say it needs to be solved. I could just say it has to be solved. You know what I mean? And people gonna see, but like you said, when God, if God was to be shown by the whole earth, one face, it can't be a globe. Oh, like, come on, man. Like, and nobody understands that one quote. Like, if when he come back, if the whole earth supposed to see him at one time, bro, it ain't gonna be a circle, or it ain't gonna be spherical. It is a circle, but it's not gonna be spherical. You know what I'm saying?
Everything circles above us. Everything
That's
circles
right.
above us. If you look at the center of that circle, they destroyed the monument that showed you the center of that circle, which was the Georgia Guidestones. And that showed that everything around it was spinning, and we were not.
But
We were
watch this though.
stationary. The time lapse, everything goes
That's
in a
peace.
circle above you.
Oh yeah,
That's peace.
but
That's
here go
peace.
the crazy part about religion, right? Religion teaches to this day that heaven is above the earth and hell is below it. But yet when you go into science now keep in mind now, when we talk about heaven and hell, we ain't just talking about spiritual locations. We're talking about cardinal directions. When we say heaven, we talking up. When we say hell, we talking down. Now, when people referencing heaven is up and hell is down, they really don't have a up and down, above and below the earth, because they teach in their science that it ain't no directions in space. So you talking about one of the biggest contradictions. I'm gonna tell you why this is the biggest proof that everything was based on flat earth, right? Heaven and hell were universal concepts that was based upon flat earth, where people
Up
knew
and
that
down.
people knew that up was universal to everybody and down was universal to everybody, no matter where you was on Earth. But what they teach about the globe today is that it basically ain't no up or down. When they point down at hell, they point at the core of the ball Earth. They point inward toward the ball Earth. Everyone point at the next one. You see, they even confuse heaven and hell, right? Heaven and hell don't even make sense on the globe, and they don't even see that though. The average person will never even question that to even know. Like everything in our reality was based upon flat Earth, which is why we only got one zodiac wheel. But you know, it's so deep. But I do want to. I do. Did I cut somebody off or interject, or what was going on? I do
No, I
want to
just wanted
play.
to say the concept of, you know, the earth is your footstool. That little concept. I think I'm saying it right.
Mm-hmm. You know what's crazy, right? The
The
whole
earth is a
concept.
footstool.
I want to ask anybody this who think they know something about 5% stuff, to my panel and everybody. Why do they even call it the Circle 7?
Oh, I can't answer that one.
You see what I'm saying?
No idea.
You said the
Got
circle
you.
what?
Didn't I get you? See?
Yeah,
Watch this.
Can you repeat that?
I ain't got that one.
So listen.
The 7 stand.
I got you. So the 5% nation, as long as a lot of more other Moorish groups, because people may not know this, but the 5% nation is a Moorish group. Did you know that, mathematics? That it was Moorish influence? Okay.
Yeah, influence, yeah.
So you know that. So, but the whole thing about these Circle 7 groups, right, is no one asked the question, why the hell do they call them Circle 7 groups? Now, what I'm about to show y'all is all me. I can't put this on nobody but me. And so I can live with it or die with this theory I'm about to give you. But here go the example of what the 5% nation got. But here's the Circle 7 concept, right? All of the portals or gateways, because in Freemasonry, it's about the steps to Freemasonry, right? Let me show y'all something. So it's 7 steps, really. And it's really 7 steps when you sum them up. And these 7 steps are like a step pyramid. It got 7 layers to it. But these represent the 7 chakras, right? When you get to the 7th one, you at the 33rd vertebrae, which is why everybody talk about the 33rd degree of masonry, all that shit. But check this out, though. The whole thing about this step pyramid, it represents your spinal column leading up to the seat of the soul, if you want to take it to a spiritual level and strip through the bullshit and all that. But the reason it's called Circle 7 is because all of the chakras exist inside of this energy field. So it's like these 7 gateways, and I can show you this in another one. Here, watch this, right?
You know,
this right here.
7 in the center of the sun.
I'm about to land my little theory here. But so it's like this right here, right? You got these 7 portals, or in this case, 9 worlds, but some people don't count Midgard and Asgard right here. They just count these little wandering stars right here, these portals or whatever. But I'm saying these 7 portals are being recycled, or let's say juggled around this tree, like that Hindu goddess that we see standing in that circle. See, the number of God is 7, but 7 means completion, because you can't complete this thing until you basically know thyself, and it's 7 layers of the self. Each layer exists in one of these portals. So these portals are like a mirror. It's like the soul looking into a mirror. Let's say you had an outer body experience and you went to one of the 7 wandering stars when you were seeing. If you went to each star and looked at your reflection upon the waters, hover above the waters, you will see a different alternate reality playing out in a different you in each one. So the ancestor was saying each of these little portals lead to another you in another parallel reality. Like this, All of these little bubbles, though, is just mirroring the you that's in Asgard up here. So all of these are like mirrors that's reflecting a higher self from Asgard into all of these lower realms. And you can't make it back to Asgard until you complete your journey through this circle of. But these 7 chakras are literally making a circle, like the way they're orbiting. This is what they call the solar system, but this is the spinal column and the chakras going around it. Am I losing anybody? If I do, I can pull up more images. But these 7 gateways, they literally make this one big circle, the universe from the multiverse, and they just sum it up, the circle of 7 or whatever. But they hiding a lot of deep knowledge behind these symbols and shit.
I'm looking at that. I'm looking at that, man. They hide it right in your face, man, because I'm looking at that. They remind me of that game. They remind me of that God of War game with that snake and Asgard and the tree and all the different worlds you can go to. You know what I'm talking about? And all the worlds was the same, but they was different. You know what I'm talking about?
Hey, could you bring that back up though? Yeah, right there. That right there.
Yeah, the serpent.
Yo.
Yeah, I remember the serpent, Asgard, Midgard. I think that Midgard was us. Aphelin. You know what I'm talking about? That's the world you can go to in the game.
In the Bible, it says, in the beginning was the Logos. But let me just break some down to you. The word Logos is the log, which is this tree trunk. But the whole thing is this is a quantum computer or a tree of life, which is why we say you got to log on and log off. Why do we use the word log when we dealing with entering or exiting any, like, your profile into a simulation or a social space? What I'm telling you is, according to the ancestors, death and life is nothing but logging in and logging off. You ain't dying. You will never cease to as if you just logging in and logging off of a simulation.
Like look, like bro, like it'll be like right now. I like what we experiencing now is beginning. You know what I'm saying? There's no beginning or ending. So this is the beginning. Like this probably is like the first stages. Then you got to go through them 7 heavens type thing. Like
you said. In the beginning, and think about that thing, like all of the ancient people was trying to let us know we're in a simulation, but the way that they were speaking it was in a different language that became mythological to us today. But it's just us. It's what the church did. The ancients was telling a lot of deep knowledge about the universe, but they made us reinterpret it into ancient fairy tales and mythological stories. But the ancients was never telling this as fairy tales and myths. They was telling you what happens to your soul when you die. But that turned into fairy tales, and the church did that on purpose. Yeah.
And like you saying, they told this. A lot of things wasn't written down. You know, a lot of information wasn't written down. So it was all about word of mouth. So when the Europeans come in or whatever, or the invaders start coming in and slaughtering the leaders, a lot of information got lost. And that's why we part of that loss. You know what I mean? The lost sheep or the lost tribes. You know what I mean? But you know what I wanted to add to this though, or what I wanted to say a minute ago, is about the flat earth, is Polaris. If everything circles around Polaris, all the planets, all the stars, the sun and the moon, how can the earth be, you know what I'm saying, going around the sun? You see what I'm saying? Like,
that debunks that, right?
It debunks it already. So like we can literally look at this standing where we are and see Polaris, and we can see everything going around it just without a telescope. So how could the earth be going around the sun? You see what I'm saying? And that's one thing that anybody that believes in the goal, anybody that's listening right now, y'all need to really analyze that. How could the Earth be going
But
around
listen,
the sun if the sun circles Polaris?
here go the thing. I'm not trying to debate nobody or prove the earth flat right now, because I'm going to be honest with you, bro. I know
I'm done with it.
everybody in
Yeah.
the chat and everybody on the call is flat earthers. There are no globalists around right now. So I'm keeping that in mind as well, so I don't just try to teach flat earth to flat earthers too. But salutes to y'all.
Right.
But Glovers are watching us.
But they watching, yeah, they watching. They in the chat too, Bradley, but
They
they
ain't
gotta
gonna click the
analyze
link.
that one. That's the one thing that's gonna debunk the Earth. I don't care if you look at
I
shit
don't
go
think the
horizon or not.
I don't think the Earth neither flat or round.
Well, it ain't about what you
It's a
think. Which
simulation.
can you prove?
Yeah, which one can you prove?
I just think, look, I think
You
it's a
want to go to the show?
surface.
You want to go home?
No. See, think about this, right? We all can come up here and say what we can think, but then someone can challenge your thoughts and take your thought to the next level by saying, well, can you prove your thought? So I'm saying,
Well, look,
after you done telling me what you think, you ain't gonna
no,
escape
not
me
like
asking
that.
you
I
for
ain't saying
proof.
I think like that. I'm saying like nobody's been like nobody actually seen the Earth to even know.
I have, bro. I live on it. What do
We
you
we we
mean?
look at it. We look at it every
What
night,
you
man.
mean?
You see
I'm talking
the
about. I'm talking about
Let me ask
outside
the
you
of
a
north.
that.
question.
You mean it
I
means
don't
the blue
need to.
marble?
I got it, bro. Watch this. If you ever use the level or a periscope, there are certain tools that just can't work if the earth ain't flat. So
Right.
my
Thank you.
whole thing from a mechanical level as a man, I don't gotta go. Like, you can put me in a big ass building and a person can say, Sanchez, you don't know what the shape of this building is because you never been outside. Guess what I tell them? Bro, I'm smart. I can tell you the exact dimensions of this building just from being on the inside of it.
Inside.
Why
But
can't
y'all
you
not
do
listening
that?
to what I'm saying. I'm not saying. I say I don't think it's neither flat or round. I don't think it's like completely flat. I just think it's a surface. The same way, like if you look at the moon or you look at the sun,
But see,
people would
that's your
say the sun.
problem, brother.
Hold on,
You
wait.
can't.
Let me finish.
Okay.
People would look at the sun and the moon and say that they wrong,
We won't.
but we never seen the other side of them. So how we know it's just not a surface? Like you look at the moon, how you know it's just not one surface?
Here's the thing. The sun and moon is round, but we can't prove they're spherical. The thing is this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Hold up, but here's where your logic is flawed. Looking at the sun and moon and using your logic based upon how you negotiate the shape of the sun and moon to determine the earth is foolish. Because like I said, the fact that I can launch a fucking missile from America all the way to another country and hit my target let me know that the missile couldn't went over a curve. The earth got to be shaped in a way, because the way that we design missiles when we shooting at a target, we're assuming that the ground we're launching over is gonna stay flat the whole while. I can show you Air Force documents to support that. Like when a person building a periscope and they seeing miles and miles down, they're not assuming that I gotta look over a curve. So even though we say the earth is a globe, we treat it like it's flat, which is what even a Jeranism will tell you, who is an ex-flat earther, you know. But so even science will tell you, yeah, we say it's a globe, but we treat it like it's flat because it's so big. Now my thing is, we treat it like it's flat because it's flat. You see how simple that is? And I don't need a bunch. So
well, yeah, that's basically what I'm saying though. I wasn't saying it wasn't flat. I just said like I don't like when people picture flat. I think they just picture like flat. I don't think it's like just like flat.
What we're saying is level. Let me ask you something. Do you own a desk? Yes or no?
Well, yeah. I guess you
all
can
right.
call it, yeah.
I just want to. So your desk surface is flat, is level, and you can sit things on top of it like a stage, right? Because the stage is level, I can make unlevel things on top of it, like mountains that's slanted and look weird. I can make leaning trees. I can make, but if the foundation is leaning to my house, then I'm never standing up straight. See, because my house foundation is level, I know that when I'm leaning this way or leaning that way, that I'm actually leaning that way. Because if my house was slightly tilted, the foundation was level, then everything else will be thrown off in my house too. So there's a tool that we use as men called a level, right? It got water in it with a little bubble, right?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So how do I know that my house foundation is even with the horizon line? Because for example, right?
Take my hoodie off.
But right, my level is showed it. But I'll land. Who is the hoodie guy talking? Who is the hoodie guy talking? Relax, brother. One mic at a time. But check this out, right? So the point is this: you don't really gotta guess certain shit. Like, it's certain shit in nature that's so dope. That's what I like about the truth. 2 + 2 is 4. Now, to some people, that's boring. Why? It's 4 all the time, nigga. It was 4 last year. It's going to be 4 next year. It's going to be 4 a million years from now. That's boring to some people. So I don't think the world reject the truth because it's, they don't really like truth per se. I think that the lie is just more interesting and fancy. If we can, speculate about diamond planets or say, what if it's this or that? That's what got us in trouble, going into speculation theories, and we ended up with the globe model. What led us to be gods when we got beyond our own self and our own ego and what we think, and looked at the world around us and just let the experiment tell us what is it. And go with that.
So you don't think so that's right. So you don't believe in gravity. You think the world flat, and that's why everything stay in place.
So here's the thing. I want
the word believe. He said the word believe.
Okay, so this what's finna happen at this time.
Stop trying to find.
Here's the thing right here. The next time this man asks me a question and somebody else on the panel try to answer for me, I'm gonna just boot everybody off the panel and just let me and him debate one-on-one. Like, come on, man, guys. I got a mouth, and I know how to debate for myself. And if you think you can debate better than me, then I'll debate you when I'm done with him. Never needed nobody to fight for me or talk for me. Now you're doing too much. Sorry, brother. Go ahead. I muted everybody. The question, you can go on and answer that again.
I was just saying, so basically you saying, like, is no such thing as gravity. You saying everything is like, if it go up, it come down because it's flat. Like, it's just basically flat.
Let me ask you a question. Gravity and the shape of the earth is 2 different arguments. Gravity is me debating a globe earther on what their model explains on why things fall and drop. Right? That's separate than why does the ground curve or don't curve. So you can separate those so you don't look like you.
The reason why the
reason don't matter. The reason don't matter. What you need to know is that these are separate debates. And if we talking about what the ground is doing versus what my pen is doing when I let it go from my hand, then guess what? The globalists have an explanation based upon why things drop to the ground. But that ain't the same explanation they use for why exactly the earth is necessarily a sphere. Which is why I'm saying if you want to talk about what the ground is doing, let's talk about that. But now you want to talk about what I think about gravity. What I think about gravity is, let me just explain gravity real quick, brother. Gravity was a white dude sitting under an apple tree. An apple fell on his shoulder, and he said a force called gravity put that apple down. Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah.
Why didn't gravity pull all the other apples down? Why was it picking on that one apple? I'm going to wait for you to answer that one. Not
I don't
laugh
know.
at it. I want you to answer. No, but you
No,
believe in.
I'm
No,
laughing
no,
because it was a good question. It was
but
like, yeah.
okay. But listen. Do you believe in gravity?
Yeah. I believe
So
I believe in like a law of physics. I feel like yeah, it's a
hold
law
on,
of
hold on,
physics,
hold on,
yeah.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Do you think facts require belief?
Not belief, I think I know I feel like I know it's gravity.
Okay, so brother, if you know, then you would be able to explain to me why gravity picking on that one apple without giving me a devil laugh, brother. I ain't playing. I want to know.
Well, I'm
Cause now,
saying, well, I mean
because
that
what,
app, because
because
I
of
mean
what
that's like a
brother, stop a
go ahead.
minute. Stop a minute. Slow down. Because this shit ain't fair. When I open up my mouth and talk about this flat earth shit, I'm not playing because the world already think we stupid. So I got to know what the hell I'm talking about, and so I'm going to hold you to that same standard. I asked you a simple question, brother. I asked you why didn't gravity pull the other apples down, and you laughed. You want to know why I didn't laugh with you? Because I didn't want to give you no room to play with this, make it a joke, or try to get around this shit, bro. You can't avoid this question. I'm not going to let you just laugh that shit away. I need to know why gravity didn't pull the other apples down, bro. Quit laughing. I ain't playing.
I don't know the answer to
Okay,
that. I don't know.
so then listen then. Who is the other brother talking? You about to get booted. I don't need help. I don't need help. Now listen, my brother. The thing about your not knowing that means this. You can't say, well, I know that physics and I know. You got to quit saying what you know if you can't answer that question, because the theory of gravity is based
Hey, how
upon a.
you got this? I like it. I like your hair. And his wife.
All right, so let me get him out of here. So, bro, the theory of gravity, right? It's based upon Isaac. First of all, do you know who came up with the theory of gravity and why I'm bringing up a white dude under an apple tree? You might not even know that, bro.
Now I don't know where you get the apple tree theory from.
All right, bro. So let me tell you some good advice. Never go to a panel and try to debate the shape of the earth if you're ill prepared. At this point, I'm going to stop talking to you about flat earth and globe earth for your good, because at this point, it's turning into a debate, and it's going to be a debate where I'm going to be very relentless. I'm going to ask you a lot of questions that you ain't going to know about your own model, and you just gonna laugh like the devil, like you just did. And I'm not gonna laugh back with you, because I'm tired of playing with y'all, and I've been doing this for over a decade, and y'all all do the same satanic shit. When I go to asking you questions about your model that you don't know, you turn to the devil and think I'm not gonna fucking revisit the question. So, brother, and I'm telling you, I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna keep asking you shit you don't know, which is why I'm saying let's just stop doing this, brother. Let's just quit, because I'm going to keep making you do a devil laugh. And I don't want to hear that shit. I just want you, I know where this going to go. I'm trying to, and I be trying to save them and be nice. So you don't got to do the because I'm going to keep asking you shit I know you don't know about your model. Showing you, quit talking to me about it, trying to debate me about it. Go learn your own shit first. Right or wrong, chat room. Let me get flat powers now. If I'm just saying,
Flat
bro.
motherfucking power, man. Yeah.
They all turn into the devil and shit like that movie Smile. Get them in a con. Go ahead. Go ahead, man. Next caller, man.
Hey,
We live
hey,
on
bro.
a plane of existence, all right? They balled it up, and now we live in a planet, or etymology. We're in that net. Instead of the plane of existence we live on. Show them, Sanchez, you know what I'm talking about. We live in the middle, in the plane of existence, and it's infinite. It
Man, we
goes
can't
out.
even hear you.
You can't hear me?
Nah, you
How's
kind of
that better?
low.
Is that better?
We can hear you, but you low.
So, yeah, we live in a plane of existence. They balled it up into a ball, and now we live in a plane net. They have you in a net mentally. Okay, they have created boundaries where there were none. And then the rest of it, they call space now, which we cannot reach.
You know, that's why I was saying earlier, the education, you know, we went through high school, you know, we went through grade school, high school, all that, college. And then these folks that get a college degree, they feel like they can teach. But you've been taught actually theory, and you've been taught somebody's imagination, and they put it in a curriculum for you to learn, and now you're gonna teach that to the next generation. And it's all imaginary shit. It's not really reality or reality. So gravity is not real. Space is not real. There's a lot of things that is not real that you were taught for years and years and years.
Okay, so let him explain why gravity not real. Let me
But
hear you explain how gravity not real.
bro. Let me ask you something.
No,
No, no,
because
no,
I'm
no,
gonna
no,
do the
no, no,
same
no, 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 no,
thing
no,
bro
no,
gonna do to
no,
you.
no, 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 no. I'm finna kill him then. You ready to debate? You can moderate. Who wanna moderate this shit? We'll get 2 minutes
I'll
apiece, bro.
moderate it.
We'll
Look,
get
I'm
this
not
shit
debating. I'm
moderate.
just asking him
Nah,
explain how it's not real.
nah.
How is that? That's not debating.
I'm gonna
I
tell you
just
what.
told you.
Nah, bro. Here go what the rules.
You just said what we was talking was fake. You didn't say a real reason on how
Bro,
gravity not don't exist.
hold on. Why you don't want me to do it? Because okay, if that brother want to answer you, he can go. But if he
I
say
know
let
you know,
Sanchez,
Sanchez. I ain't trying to debate you. I know you know.
but hold on,
I'm just
So I
asking him.
know
hold on. This is what we ain't
you
doing though. We ain't letting a globe earther that don't know their own model come to my channel and start quizzing my motherfucking
I
people.
didn't.
Hell
I
no,
never
bro.
said it was a
We
globe,
ain't doing.
Sanchez. I never said it was a globe.
But
That's not what I
we
said.
ain't letting callers come in and do trivias and shit. I'm doing all the orchestrating of the hosting and things, brother. Fall back now. All right, let's go to DJ Genesis Detroit.
So I have a question. I wanted to share my screen because it's something I just came upon and I didn't understand. I want to see if this might be something that you might be aware of this theory.
Okay, go ahead. Your screen share is available. Go ahead and share it.
Okay. So I was on TikTok and this guy was talking and I got it muted because it's like music behind it. And he's talking about that there's we're in like this kind of like capsule that's on a globe, right? So there's like this huge globe around it, but then we're on like this one area that is covered by a dome and there's waters above, waters below, this, that, the other. And that's why the people here, when they want to get over here, they have to go underneath and come up from this ice wall. Nibiru and
Okay,
all this
so
stuff like that. Are you aware of this theory about that? Like something like this.
well,
You see how
I'm gonna tell.
going this?
And the sister talking to me. I keep. Boy, this gonna be
I mean, it's
crazy.
like so he's talking about how
All right.
the people gotta go
Here
up underneath these
I
waters.
got you. I got you.
Yeah.
Now watch this real quick, right, sister? When the flat Earth movement first came on the scene, I'm one of the pioneers of this. And what I'm gonna tell everyone that watch me, TikTok is the downfall of not just the flat Earth community, the conscious community, because it forces them to make little quick videos and it's focused on what's gonna get the views. In order to break down flat Earth, you gotta go into electromagnetism and all this. This is fairy tale, new ageism, or corruption of the truth. Let me tell you some real shit. You cannot go beyond the firmament dome, and can't no one come in our world, and we can't get out unless you project out of here via consciousness or what's an out of body experience. These TikTokers haven't researched flat Earth. A lot of them know enough just to make some good content to get the views, and they don't give a fuck if it's the truth or not. It's a paycheck. And I just want to tell y'all, the listener, the viewers of this content, to keep that in mind. TikTok is not a good place for awakening. It is brain rot culture. It is the corruption of every good thing that was popping off on the regular internet. They basically created TikTok and all these other platforms to usurp that, and they making the next generation, their YouTube is the TikTok. And the video length and all that is like microwave. It's just really a whole mind fuck, which is why you ain't gonna really find Sanchez on TikTok. You ain't gonna really find a lot of like staple, legit grassroots motherfuckers, TikTokers, you know. But
right.
yeah.
So what about this whole ice wall? And is there land beyond the ice wall? Is that part true? Is the dome further than the
All
ice
right,
wall?
so I'll answer that by sharing my screen with you, okay? Because he got a bunch of cartoons up there. He ain't dealing with ancient cosmology again. He's dealing with cartoonism. Now let me show you something. Because he got a bunch of AI generated little fairy tale pictures and shit. I'm finna give you the science behind this shit. So watch this. Here's what the flat earth is. This right here, this is a Searle machine. This is basically a free energy device. Let me blow this up bigger than this. When you see they don't want to go into the technology behind the earth. All of these people on TikTok, they don't have enough time to do it because the clock ticking, TikTok, right? They can't go deep like I'm about to do. Let me show you some, sister. You were born in your physical body as a soul underneath a certain sky and atmosphere, according to the ancients. They call it an ether or a netta. That is the particular realm that captured your frequency. You could have been. Now the thing is this: your frequency is expanding from this center circle out to all these other circles. If you asking me, are there lands beyond the ice wall? Yes, but we can't go to them. I'm gonna answer you shortly. These lands that you see beyond our world are the worlds that we go to when we dream. So when I say we can't go to them, I'm talking about your body can't go. Now listen what I'm telling you. When you dream, you go to these other earth-like places where there's another you and another version of your family and another reality playing out. And you don't know about this world till you wake up from the dream and you say, oh shit, I was dreaming. You forget about this world temporarily in a dream. You think the dream is your only world. So what you got to realize too is that life is but a dream. That's real talk. And that life is a 7-layered dream. And the way that we go to these other rings, just to answer your question, is through an out-of-body experience. You can't penetrate this shit with your physical body. Even the Gnostics that wrote the Bible knew that. And they put that no flesh and blood can enter the kingdom of heaven. These barriers are the heavenly ethers. These are the 7 heavens, the 7 netters, or the atmospheric domes that separate these particular terrariums from each other. And and I was just going to answer you thoroughly. But yeah, according to the ancestors who created this whole concept, these other worlds beyond this one are parallel realities that we already there. We don't gotta go to them. It's already a you that's there. You gotta project to it. But yeah, go ahead.
So Robert Byrd, was that a myth or was that a real true story about Robert?
Let me show you about Robert Byrd, what he said right now. It's a misinterpretation. Most folks didn't research it themselves. They watched some TikTok videos is what they did, which is why I don't like TikTok. Watch this. So here's what Byrd, who was did you know Robert Byrd did you know Admiral Byrd was a Freemason? Did you know that?
No.
Okay, that's one thing to know. Here's the cartoon that came out of Admiral Byrd's mission. What came out of his mission was a theory called Hollow Earth Theory. And this is a fake ass, if you believe this, you stupid. Like, I just gotta say it. He said, this is like stupid as hell. And I just can't can explain. Atmer Bird said when he got to the North Pole, which he's a globalist, not a flat earther. So that TikTok video you brought up, it don't even agree with Atmer Bird. The TikTok video you brought up
that he did say, he said
okay.
Admiral Byrd went past the ice wall and went into
and that's what I'm telling you why you need to stay off TikTok, because he's a dummy. Here's why he's a dummy. Admiral Byrd wasn't a flat earther. Admiral Byrd was a hollow earther that said that the earth was a sphere. Last time I checked the video you put up, the brother had a ripple effect flat earth model up there like mine.
Yeah, he did, yep.
Okay, so he can't use Admiral Byrd because Admiral Byrd didn't say the earth was flat. He said it was hollow, but it was a sphere, which is why I'm telling you a lot of TikTokers is mixing and mangling and they ain't doing no real research, which is why he won't tell you Admiral Byrd was a Mason. I had to tell you that.
Right.
Why wouldn't he? That's important to know, that you getting your information from the same people that's trying to keep us blind. Ain't no science behind the shit he teaching on TikTok, which is why I'm telling you TikTok is everything wrong with the conscious community. Because guess what you ain't gonna get on TikTok? This right here. Shit that's gonna show you that the earth is literal science, mechanisms behind it that Tesla knew about, which is why he was silenced. Here is flat earth cosmology, the real grassroots, not the TikTok shit. See, when you pull up the TikTok shit, it's a bunch of fairy tale pictures up there. This right here is science, man. This showing you that the Big Bang don't even make sense on no other model but flat earth. Because anytime energy expands, it creates a ripple effect. It creates the same cosmology that the ancestors spoke of, and this ain't what Admiral Byrd was standing for. Admiral Byrd was a Mason who was trying to maintain a globe earth, but just now say that it's hollow during a time when people was trying to let folks know it's flat and that it's a Tesla car giving us free energy. This deeper than flat earth. This is about an energy scam that the powers that be have been running for fucking eons. Everything.
So what about the energy that they're feeding off now on our own bodies, that they say that now there's a
I'm trying. Let me answer that, right? Everything is based on the fiat systems that's vampiring, sucking us dry. And the lie that they tell for inflation, why the rich get richer and poor get poorer, because this is what it boiled down to. Your spirit is drained because your body is drained. You ain't got time to have a spiritual lifestyle because you got what's called a work life. We're slaves. And here's the thing, what they not telling you is that when it comes to, because the question you ask is very simple about the people that's in power, right? The people that's in power don't want you to know that energy is free. So they sucking it from you and charging you for it. Think about it. Why don't our money got no value? You gotta work hard and the money ain't even worth nothing. The value of $1 and they ain't giving you no raise. That's inflation. That's how the vampires suck you right there. But guess the excuse that they make for these fiat systems of slavery that they call government is that it costs us more money to print $1 than what the dollar is worth. What they're basically saying is that the cost that it take to generate electricity to even print $1 is worth more than the dollar that you spending, and Tesla was against that. Tesla was saying that all energy is free and it don't cost nothing because energy can't be created. The people in power dumbed us down and they got us thinking that man is actually creating energy, and now man can charge us for that which he's creating. What Tesla was saying is that energy is a byproduct of nature that every being creates, even because if motion is energy, you contribute to the energy grid just by moving, and even Elon said, like, our clothes will power our houses from our workouts and shit in the future. This
I
was the
believe
world.
you.
This is what the world, Tesla and all them was saying. If we been knew about this world, there would be no rich and poor. It'll just be a utopia of green energy and efficiency that but guess what? Tesla was saying that the ancient world already created this utopia, it's paradise lost. This utopia is it, and we got proof that the ancestors knew the knowledge that Tesla knew to create this Eden, because look at the Hindu cosmology. The ancestors figured out what the earth was and reverse engineered it into energy machines, because they knew if this earth is generating energy, it got to be some kind of mechanism or device. And they figured out, damn, this is a Tesla car that we live on. And they started making little bitty ones. And that's how we was able to reverse. Man ain't just pulling these technological ideas out of his ass. He looking around him at what the creator did, and he's making himself God by applying what's around him, and he's making the whole world not do that by just believing the theories. And they deny the same creator that makes man get his powers to rule over you. This is embedded all in Freemasonic temples. This cosmology, while they teaching us something else. While they teaching your kid a lie, when they kid join the lodge, they tell them, listen, forget everything you ever learned in school. You ready for the red pill? They introduced to a whole nother society separate from you. You know what separate these societies? Believing and knowing. You know what separate these two societies? You call one a secret society. Guess what? Sanchez is part of a secret society, because guess what? I know the damn secret. Flat motherfucking power. That's the name of my secret society. So guess what? We know a secret. If you don't know it, you ain't a part of my secret society. And I can't help it that the secret societies seem to excel and have check how deep this is, right? If you look at all of the flat earth societies in the past, these people were the knowers, the nagas, the gods on the earth. They ruled over everything. You saw how I embarrassed that globe earther and made him look foolish? There were priests and gurus back in the day doing the same thing. I'm gonna do it to you, and I ain't gotta use you. I can do that. I've done that to several people. But what I'm saying is, check this out, bro. Tesla done that to people, because people think they know everything when they just know what they've been taught. But what I'm saying is, the ancestors, everything we know about the world come from them. But yet they got us mocking these same symbols that they said the earth was. So if I show you this symbol right here, they will say, man, yeah, the ancestors thought the earth was flat with a pole in the middle and all that. They were stupid. Ha, 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 ha. Then them same people will turn around and tell you, we don't know how to rebuild the pyramids. But the people who said the earth was flat did build them, and they aligned them with stars. You can't build and align it with a star, Mr. Smart Ass. So the people who laugh, they just think of how silly that is. These people will tell you the Mayan didn't know what they was talking about the flat earth, but they got the most advanced calendar. We don't even have a calendar that's more advanced than the Mayan calendar. And their calendar is based upon them knowing about the stars. And what they taught about the stars was based on flat earth. Come on, it don't take a fucking genius to see what's going on here. They don't want you to think on the level of the great ancestors. So, and they can't deny that they can't do what the ancestors did, but they got to deny that the ancestors had the truth. And once you get the truth that they hide, that they mocking the ancestors for, you will be able to do great things like the ancestors, and they'll turn around and tell the next group of liars, guess what they'll say? We don't know how the ancestors did it with their primitive knowledge. They'll play dumb. They'll tell you, we don't know how the Dogon knew everything about the stars before Galileo, because they got y'all convinced that all knowledge come from these Freemasons like Newton and all them. Y'all keep regurgitating what you've been taught by these Freemasons. And these same Freemasons will tell y'all, we don't know how the Mayans made that calendar that's way more advanced than ours. And the Mayan, if they was here to speak, guess what they'll say? Because we knew the earth was flat, man. Because they don't want to tell y'all the earth is flat, they got to play dumb about a lot of genius shit that the ancestors did based on this knowledge. And y'all don't see that. So there is a Giza all around the world. Same song, Giza everywhere. Watch this. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick without me going to my folders. Here it is. All around the world, same song. It's one in Antarctica too. So
but I do have one question before we leave this about this. So how did the hidden figures with the moon landing, right? What did they do? Go through a wormhole into another universe? Like, how did they hit the moon?
What do you mean?
What were they projectile? What were they projecting on how to do it? And is the moon landing something that people actually did and couldn't do it again?
Yeah, the moon landings is fake. It's fake as hell. And I ain't gonna try to sugarcoat it or that. And you can sit up here and you can say, well, the moon landings is real or it's fake. But guess what this all proved? Neither one of us know. So you believe it's real, I believe it's fake. But I know the earth flat, and that ain't based on my belief or yours. It's based upon experimentation. And it's based
I'm
upon...
just saying, so what were they actually calculating in NASA? What was the point of it? Because there was black people, women, that supposedly hidden figures that came up with this calculation on how to get off of Earth. And so what was that for? Like, what were they doing there? Like wasting people's time, or what is that?
Ed, that's what you got to realize, that NASA is a very small company that's convincing billions of people of a reality they can't prove. And them people don't try to prove the reality. They just say, why would they lie? What was they calculating? If they ain't telling the truth, then what them people doing every day in that building? Let me tell you something. If somebody was paying me $80 million a day, then I would have a bunch of people that know, if you want some of this damn money, we're actors. We're not astronauts, we're actonauts. Yes, it's all fake. It's all an extension of Hollywood. Everything you seeing as far as moon is you looking at a TV saying, look at that. They floating right there. So what do you mean that ain't real? Because people so dumb today, if it's on TV, it's reality. And flatter, I'm just not that slow. I got to be able to prove my shit with the scientific method. You can't show me a video and say, so why would they lie? Well, the question ain't why would they lie, is why won't you prove if a motherfucker lying or not with your lazy ass? That would be the question I would ask a person. And you can't convince me to be lazy like you, right? Because I would prove what a motherfucker telling me. That's what science is about. And once I prove that they lying to me, a person can't come convince me otherwise by saying, so what they doing? And you mean to tell me they just showing up every day and they lying? I'm going to say, yep, not because I believe it, because I can prove it. That's what court is about. It's y'all with it's other people with the belief. And they support their belief. And look, hold on, I'm about to land. And they support their belief with questions like, why would they lie? What they doing in there and shit like that. That ain't science, man. That's you looking for a reason to believe a person. That's lazy.
Oh no. I'm just
and I'm not telling you, and I'm not addressing this to you either, since I'm just speaking in general.
And one last question, because you know, a lot of astrophysicists, they're really high, they're really tied into math and the whole mathematical and science tied in together with each other.
That's an evil laugh that Sanchez.
Hey, give me I got a question for you real quick, right? What is the math for the diamond planet? Give it to me. I want to know the math behind diamond planets. right now.
I don't know. I'm just saying. I just know that they're really heavily into this whole.
I got a question for you. Then, what's the math behind how fast the Earth spins?
I don't know.
You see the point that but listen, no, listen for a second. I'm not a mathematician, but the math behind the Earth spin is 1,000 miles per hour. What I'm saying is, y'all embarrass y'allself when y'all come up here in very intellectual settings and you say stuff like, you know, they into math and stuff. You're trying to validate these dummies by acting like I didn't verify their claims or I'm not into math. I wouldn't be saying I'm ready to debate Neil deGrasse Tyson if I didn't think he was a damn dummy, and if I knew for a fact he's a Freemason and he's not into math, he's into making up shit and standing on theories, which is why when I ask you the math that they're into, you can't tell me. You know why? It's a vague statement that you think is intimidating to me, because I know, like, you know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to understand. I swear to God, I'm not.
But if you listen, you're gonna have understanding. You're gonna listen to me. I'm telling you, based on what you're saying, they ain't into no math. If they was and it was important, you'll be able to spew that math out if it's worth bringing up. If you're gonna bring up that they're into math, somebody may say, okay, teach me about this math. You can't say I don't know if you brought it up. That's why I said don't even bring it up, because I'll go into that math and mop the flow with it, because you ain't validating nothing by just saying, well, you know they in the math, because that's funny to me. You think they in the math, right?
No, because like when I like think about like a physicist, like physics, right? And then the math behind physics, which is way beyond.
There's no math behind it, though.
I didn't get that far into math. I just got to geometry, algebra, and I didn't even make it to trigonometry and calculus. You know what I'm saying? I was not a very good math.
Let me ask you a question. Do you prove?
And, you know, to prove stuff, and I'm trying to figure out, understand, like, what is the math connected to it? Like, how is the math connected to?
You're not trying to understand it, sister. Because I'm trying to let you know right now, ain't no math for it, which is why you don't understand it, and you're seeking some that don't exist, and that's why I laugh like that. I've been looking for it's like saying, give me the math or the evidence behind that lie. You're going to be looking forever. That's why it's a lie. If there was some math behind it, I wouldn't be able to put you on the spot like that. That's why I did you. I was like, so show, what's this math you speak of? You're going to bring up a bunch of equations to support a lie. I can make an equation for pink elephants right now. See, equations is not evidence. It's just a mathematical language to support a theory. There's a theory for demons. There's a theory for all kind of shit that don't exist in reality, but you can have an equation for it. Equations ain't proof of nothing. So if that's the kind of math we talking about, that's out the door. So then what I was asking is, if we're trying to prove the world around us, why do we all got to become mathematicians? Why we can't be critical thinkers? Because
so do you think it's a way to
hold on. You can't do that. I'm just talking. Listen, you say you trying to understand, but you ain't giving me, I don't get that, those vibes. A judge is not a mathematician. A lawyer is not a mathematician. These are the people that prove shit. The reason you think you gotta be a mathematician to prove your reality is because the people that's giving it to you are using equations to support theories. But guess what though? Just because you got an equation to explain your lie don't make your lie the truth. Again, there's an equation for flying elephants. Go ahead, sister. I'm trying to answer you.
I'm trying to understand, like, okay, so now that you've said that, so now when we go into Terrence Howard, when he came up with his theories and all the people with all their theories about stuff, that's why the whole scientific community came against him about like that, because like, no, you can't do this. You can't go outside our rules. And now I'm saying that this math.
That's not like why they went against the man. Not at all. That ain't why they why they went against Terrence is because he's trying to turn truth into lies. And there are people that see. But my thing is this: 2 + 2 is 4. 1 + 1 is 2. If someone come along and say 1 times 1 is 2, they're trying to rewrite mathematics. Flat earthers ain't trying to do no shit like that, and we get flack from black people. Terrence Howard is a fucking nutcase, and everybody is on his goddamn nuts because he's a celebrity. When flat earthers are trying to connect you with your damn ancestors who built the pyramids, and we get laughed at and challenged. That's why Terrence Howard is a distraction.
Okay, because I was just trying to with the point I was trying to make is that, so is the mathematical thing that's behind these people that call themselves astrophysics and this, that, the other, a way to be elitism? Like, you have to be this level of math to even understand like this level of science. You have to be.
What I'm telling you is this, because I think you ain't listening to me, sister. Real talk. I just said ain't no math behind the shit. If I say, okay, elephants can fly, and here go my equation for flying elephants, and somebody say, well, you know, he's a physicist, he got math behind his shit. I just told you, okay, they got a bunch of equations for their claims. Next fucking point. Whoop-de-doo. It's still not a fact. Why can't we, like, why is that something that nips it in the bud? You not smart, because the thing is this. When you bring up Terrence Howard or anybody else, you're not smart because you got math behind your shit. That's what I'm telling y'all, and smart people know that. People who really science, we know that just because you made an equation or that you got a fucking patent don't make you nobody. But see, the dummies is who they try to play on. That's who Terrence Howard know, that most of our people don't science. So he will say shit like, you know, I got patents. Bro, okay, that ain't nothing to get. But most of our people don't know that. He will say something like, you know, I have equations behind my shit. Okay, that's nothing, bro. Get to the genius shit. When you gonna get to the genius part? Our people will start clapping it up, calling you a genius right there because they don't know no better.
Well, you're right, Sanchez, because math ain't nothing but a creation trying to explain another creation, which means it could be flawed because it's a creation coming from a creation that the creator made. So that's how it could be flawed.
Well, I just want to thank you for
mathematics.
Well,
when you're dealing with math, you got to remember, man, the math. There's two different maths, man. There's math that deals with the sky and the stars. That's God's language, and then there's math that's made up by man. You know, and that's the math that deceives us, is the math that was made up to throw us away from the universe speaking to us. Once you understand the true math was being taught, you know, you'll see that the tools that they gave us is actually tools to deceive us, not tools to help us.
No, I just wanted to thank Brother Sanchez for clearing that up, because for the most part, my whole life, I've always wanted to be into science, but I've always felt like, well, in order to get too deep into science, you had to have some level of mathematical genius, you know, so I thank you for like clearing that for me.
Well, the thing is this right here. You got engineering science, mechanical science. All of these fields are gate guarded. There's a need to know basis. You ain't gonna know everything that the owners and people at the top of a tech company know, because they don't want you taking their patents and making your own company. Duh, we still capitalists. The point that I'm making is this right here. Since we know knowledge is being gate guarded, it's every man's own responsibility to empower themselves with knowledge, and that's what flat earth represent. That's what Gnosticism represent. That's all I'm trying to say. And don't expect the people in power to give you some of that power by giving you real knowledge. If knowledge is power, right? They're going to keep dumbing you down. So that's what I'm saying about when you bring up like an astrophysicist like Neil deGrasse Tyson, you can't compare him to a Steve Jobs. One man is made a damn cell phone, and one man is sitting up there telling you about a religion in space, and they'll blur the lines like these two are on the same field, when one is a pastor and one is literally a tech guru. And the tech gurus, guess what? They know, a lot of these people know the truth. They not gonna tell it to you, because if the truth is power, and I'm in a capitalistic system, then of course I'm gonna live in a world of lies, because in a game of Monopoly, I ain't gonna tell the other players how the fuck I'm winning if I know I gotta play against them every day. And that's where we go wrong. We go to the people in power and say, show me how to play this game. And they give you a bunch of equations and theories, and y'all regurgitate the shit like you know something. But this ain't me talking to nobody. I'm just speaking in general. This is what people do.
Sanchez, you know what I just thought about? You know what, I agree. Because I just thought about it. When you get on a plane and you go up, all you see is flat land. You never come across like no curve. Like you might see like humps in the planes, but I'm saying like when you get on the plane, no matter how long you're on the plane, you never see the earth curve. I don't know if that's a right like
That's crazy.
observation, but
They call it a plane. That's crazy. They call it a plane.
oh
Plane
yeah,
flies
yeah.
over
Shit, I ain't.
plane. Hey, can I interject on the hidden figures part of that conversation? I wanted to ask the sister, like,
Yeah,
we all know
salutes to
what
the sister.
we all know what the scientific method is, right? So you're going off of them giving them equations that got them to the moon, right? So
Hard to hear you. You're kind of muffled. I think your mouth is either too
yeah,
close to the
it's
phone.
it's the mic, it's the mic on the headphones. Because the headphones help me hear y'all, but they don't help y'all hear me.
Okay.
But yeah, no, but the scientific method, and they were very clever and used sisters, and so they get sisters to try to defend sisters. But the scientific method is to repeat the experiment over and over again until you confirm your
But
theory,
see, Marlon,
right?
you right, Marlon, but what they do, they just repeat the theory over and over again as a fact.
Oh yeah,
Right.
I haven't landed yet. I haven't landed yet. That was, I like to set it up. So the hidden figures, they figured it out, the scientific method of how to land that vehicle on the moon, right? So in order to confirm this theory, you have to be able to repeat this over and over again. But they cannot get through the Van Allen belts again. So where is the theory and the mathematics to get them back through that Van Allen belt again and again? So you're saying they got lucky, or you're saying that they really didn't do it? Because if the scientific method holds true, they should be able to rinse and repeat that experiment, and there should be a base on the moon right now.
So it sounds like they just got a whole bunch of government money to just punt.
Free money. Free money.
The first
Yes.
footage of the
You
moon
got
landing
it. She
was
got
fake
it.
for sure. The moon
She got
landing
it.
footage was fake for sure. I mean, if you go look at the first moon landing footage, that was so fake. So if that was fake, how can we believe they ever even went? If we know for a fact the Apollo, what it was called, Apollo 101 or Apollo something, the first moon landing, that shit was
Man,
so
that
fake.
nigga Marlon did a good job. Hey, Marlon, I ain't gonna cap, bro. That's some good shit, because it's simple shit. Like, if this is all math based, the sister said they got math, they physicists. Okay, where is the equations and the math that they used to get through the Van Allen belts the first time? Can't they repeat that over and over and get the same results? That's what the scientific method is about. Bro, I gotta drop a bomb for it, man. Hey, that's facts, man. Big facts. Why you can't repeat this shit again and get us back to the moon?
And please don't get me wrong. I'm not up here defending physicists, and I'm asking questions because I'm really don't know. You know, I'm really asking questions.
And I want to drop a bomb for this sister. This sister here coming with the 5 questions though. Real talk.
Yeah, I like
coming
what
with
she
it.
said,
Yeah, she got this shit crunk.
She brought up sparked that argument in me that I've always made. If they have scientifically done it, then they should be able to scientifically repeat it. And when you ask them, what do they say? Oh, it's a technology that would be a painful process to build back again. Like I lost my homework, but I really did it. But I just lost it, teacher. You know what I'm saying? Like, why do we still believe them And then when you
Yeah,
say, why
buddy.
would they lie? Because they're getting $80 million a day. That's billions of dollars a
Come on.
year.
And
And
but you
this has
know,
been 50 years of billions of dollars. So it's the longest running embezzlement and most successful embezzlement project ever.
hey,
So
you
in
know
the
what?
history.
Let me
they
say
stole
one
all the
thing that's
artifacts too.
important. Let me say one thing, the history of the space program that most people don't know that'll answer the why would they lie real quick. See, in the 50s and 60s, people don't realize they rewrote history. And let me give a shout out to Isaiah. Thanks, bro Sanchez. Much love. Been here since I was like 23, 30 now. Flat battery power. Yo, that's, man. Bro, that's 7 years, Isaiah, man. Appreciate you. Now check this out, y'all. This is deep because 50s and 60s, people don't realize how many flat earth scientists there was. And like what the good thing about the 50s and the 60s, it was during a time where people were still trying to figure out what the hell Earth is and the stars was. Nobody was speaking definitively yet. This was before the space programs. You still had scientists that was looking at flat Earth I want y'all to know something. All of these flat Earth models that we bringing up today, they was normal stuff being brought up during that time, y'all. I'm serious, like this stuff been buried in the recent past. So check this out. It was a debate on Earth about whether the stars was even physical or not in the 50s. That was a big ass debate. The powers that be had to end these debates because it was a threat to the system of power. And how did they end it? The space programs conveniently popped up when these alternative concepts started gaining momentum, y'all. Now watch what happened, right? Let me show you what's so deep about NASA and the other ones. They use government tax dollars to create a whole nother budget to explore space, and it's one of the biggest budgets out of all the people. $80 million a day ain't no cheap shit, even on Sundays. Every day. Now watch this, right? Here go the thing, y'all. What if they found out when they opened up this tax budget that, okay, the Earth flat, space can't even be accessed physically, and everything the ancestors said was right? Do you think they would say, hey, everybody, get your money back. Fuck this new budget that we got. Fuck all this money. Because ain't none even out there. Guess what I would do? I would act like I'm exploring some shit to keep that money going. I'm going to show you how deep this is, right? If a motherfucker say, Sanchez, I believe it's gold on my family property, but it's so much land I can't look for it, man. We're going to hire you to do it. But we're going to pay you $1,000 a day. Bro, I'm never going to find that gold. I'm going to take my time. I'm going to take even if I find that shit, you ain't probably ain't gonna know. Think about what with the power that we giving them right here now. They making $80 million a day to find other life that may be out there. But what they found out in Operation Fishbowl is you reach a certain height and your shit crash. You can't even make it out of here. You think they gonna come back and say, hey, y'all, stop the budget. Cut the budget. Ain't that out there. Stop this whole budget. No, they're gonna say, let's spend this money that we making to keep faking this shit. We making enough money to make them keep thinking that we're exploring the shit and we'll never find nothing out there. Look how long we've been exploring space and we ain't found shit. Bro, it's the fact that they learned in Operation Fishbowl you can't even make it past the Van Allen belt. So how the hell did they launch the James Webb telescope up there? We falling for anything and they double talking. They telling
one last question.
Let's go. Talking about
what is the GPS system based on? Is that based on
Satellite.
I got you. I
how
got
is
you.
it satellites? And we can't get out
I
of
got you.
space?
I got you. You got. Listen, people, chill out. We all can't answer
Okay, my
at
bad,
the same time. So, Marlon, you go. then we'll all give her the knowledge on it, because I don't want y'all to speak over each other, but I don't want to hog it either. But yeah, I'm a basically, if
I
y'all
have
want,
this
yeah,
argument with my sister. So everybody thinks ever since they saw that movie Enemy of the State with Will Smith that they got these satellites flying around
I
back
ain't
and
never
forth.
seen that movie.
Yeah, you should check it out.
yeah,
But
we got you.
when they get GPS, it's from cell phone tower to cell phone tower. That's why when you driving up through the mountains, you lose
Come
your
on,
signal. If it's up
just
in
did it.
space, way above you,
Yeah,
Right,
right.
you should
how
never
you
lose signal.
You'll
Yeah.
never
you
lose
should
signal.
never lose the signal.
Think
But
about
I've
this, right?
seen the cell
But you
phone
can put your
towers.
phone on satellite,
Connect,
and if you don't have a signal, and they'll still have a signal.
let me show you something, right, about the whole satellite thing and all that. I got y'all, right? It's different advanced tower systems. And you will even learn this dealing with forensics. They never solve the crime with a satellite. They always say his phone bounced at this tower, that tower. So check this out, right? People will say, well, if you got a satellite phone, you can get a signal through the mountains. But think about how dumb that is. We all got satellite phones if you telling me that the whole shit is based upon satellites in space. See, because think about the double talk. How do you got a whole nother phone called a satellite phone, but you telling everybody their phone is getting a signal with satellites? But now you saying, no, this one connected to the satellites, but the flat earthers right. The rest of y'all shit is on towers. Is that what y'all admitting now? Because you see what I'm saying? So here's the truth about what's going on here. Just hear me out now. There are different towers, y'all. The towers that the average cell phone uses, it is limited to the tree line. Y'all can look up what I'm saying. I've done my research on this. Most of these towers are limited to the height of the tree line. They got to be able to be above the tree line, and you will be able to get a signal pretty much to 80% of the United States. Most of these early networks was thinking, when the whole gold rush of cell phone shit came, it was about the man who was getting their towers up for the cheapest, the quickest. People was only focused on getting their towers up to above the tree line, but guess what? All of those towers above the tree line, you ain't getting no signals in the fucking mountains, because why? Mountains taller than trees. Now watch me debunk satellites and listen up real quick. If satellites is in space and I'm in a mountain area, I'm closer to the satellite now that I'm higher up. How am I not getting a signal? This proves that these are ground towers and that some is blocking my signal on the ground, which is the mountain. Now, for the people that can get a signal in the mountain, guess what that proves? I bet you got a new type. They call it a satellite phone. It's just a newer company that got a taller tower that I'm telling you is going over that mountain line,
Right,
some
with
kind of
more
way of going,
power.
right,
Yeah.
or more
But
power
it's
for
not
that.
but it's not out of space though, yeah.
And we can
But
prove that
this
because they said that the first ones was out of space.
this
And
is
then you
my
know what, I
You
just
guys,
thought
you
about
guys
it.
can actually, you guys can actually Google it. It'll tell you a good like 80-90% of our network comes from cables running through the ocean floor. It ain't even coming from the sky or from what they make you think. It's coming
Right.
from the ground.
And then it's
hardwired.
been, and guess what's happening? Just like your internet coming from a cable and you screw it into your modem and you use a router to wirelessly route that, that's what's going on with the cables to the tower. The tower is like the router that we pulling the signal from. But if you cut all of those underground cables, even the towers won't work. Just like if I cut your cable line, your modem and router won't work. It's all based
Right.
upon landline.
Because that mean for the have okay, so we know they got different phone companies with different like what they like AT&T, T-Mobile, but that would mean them companies would have to have some type of space program to have their company satellites in space, right?
Right.
Well,
They
yeah,
will
they'd
have
have
to,
to
they would
launch them.
definitely have to be
Yeah, so
like a
that mean
miniature space agency to launch shit out and do all
for
yeah.
each one of
Facts.
them. Now
Yeah,
we
facts.
know they ain't got that.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
I haven't seen people launch little rockets up and it hit something and come right back down. I don't know what it hit.
Yeah, dang, I ain't
Come
never
right
think
back
about
up
it
back
like that. I
down.
just thought of that. That mean they would each one of them would have to have their own satellites up in there. Then you got to
And
do
not
everyday
only that,
maintenance.
and I'm just finna say now they need astronauts to go maintenance they satellites
Yeah, every
because
day
you
to keep
right,
them up.
right,
Yeah,
because you can't just put them up there and ignore them and say yeah, right, in the
yeah,
harshness of
yeah.
space. You
And then,
a
then
facts.
another thing. Hold on, look. Who's to say it's gonna stay in the right spot? Like, who's to say when it go up there, it's gonna stay in the right spot? Wouldn't it
Yeah.
move out the way?
Yep.
Or like, wouldn't
Yep.
it move?
You know,
Damn, man.
something else that I realized is that they have been reporting back about this like shuttle that they got sent out, like that's been taking pictures of stuff. The Hubble that's been out in the universe taking pictures of different star systems and all this. It's like, what is this? And
That's
how is
just
it able to get that information all the way back to Earth? Like,
I
and
Right.
they
think that's
didn't
just
have
And
wireless.
it, and,
Like, what is going on?
and
So
what's
yeah,
that's
crazy
just a
and
part of
what's
the that's a part of
crazy
the
is
program, I think.
the images that they sending us from like the James Webb is clearer than the images that we're getting from cell phones on Earth. Like they telling you that satellite moving at like 8 times the speed of a bullet, and you ain't getting no motion blur, none of that. Like we got to these photos is impossible. Yeah, I'm falling back right.
And another thing, how is that satellite avoiding all the gravity of all the planets and stars around it? How does
And
it just fly by something that holds planets in place?
it's
How
supposed
does
to
a
be going
satellite?
faster than any planet because they give you these, but 10 times the speed of a bullet speeds to get around all that. But then what the problem they gotta face is how you taking a quality picture that fast, man. You do 90 on the damn freeway with an iPhone, the latest version, and get blur.
Oh yeah.
What kind of shit you got that's going 10 times the speed of
that
a
was built
bullet?
in the
And
20s and stuff. Whatever. When were they
And then
build
another
yeah,
thing, this how you
right,
catch them in a
right.
lie. Cause 1 minute they'll say we still trying to figure out how if it well, let's say aliens exist and they did have UFOs, they still be trying to figure out how they got the UFOs moving so fast and define what they would call gravity. But then they would say, oh well, we got satellites going like to different. I don't know. They just be making up all kind of
So
shit that they be
you want to
forgetting
know?
a lot.
You want to know why you got aliens? Because we all seen the moon landing, right? And
Which was
we don't.
fake.
Which right? See, that's first thing we think or feel. So you got to have something to reinforce that. So you got to throw in the aliens to
Yeah.
also back that theory up. So if it ain't us up there, then it's them. You see what I'm saying? And
And
then
it's
you got so
basically,
it's a government grifting job. You know what I mean? Just like you got who's that grifter that said he was kidnapped? Sanchez,
and you know what? It's basically them saying,
the
look,
brother.
Billy Carson. Billy Carson said he was.
Yeah, that dude. You
No,
got
I ain't gonna
grifted.
silly,
lie.
silly
The
bit.
government is just another Billy Carson grip. The government is the biggest Billy Carson. That's what the government is.
And see
And
the
I remember when
thing,
the astronauts came back, they were all like scared and they like somebody contacted them and said they need to get up off their moon. And
If
remember
you
they
look at
were
that
all scared
footage,
when they
if you look
came
at that
back.
footage, if you look at that footage, it didn't even have like the rocket was a basic rocket. They got out, they jumped around, like it just looked like a clown show. And then
Yeah,
the
they was
rocket,
golfing and driving a go-kart.
like it was just I don't know, that shit was fake as hell.
but I tell you
That
this,
was in a
man.
Those were the
Hollywood
face.
studio. That was a
Those were
Hollywood
the
studio
face
Hey,
somewhere.
real
I tell
people.
you this real quick, right? I gotta give a shout out to Lord Jamar. Again, he shouted me out on Vlad TV, and I'm thinking to myself, hey, Vlad, what's good, man? Let me come up there and and lay the foundation for flat Earth, right? Hey, listen, I'ma just
For
say
real,
this,
for real.
man.
Keep
This shit
doing
need
it.
to be.
Keep hitting them up.
I do wanna listen. Let's everyone at this time. Let me go ahead and play this video though. We gotta go on. It's a 10-minute video. We gotta get through this real quick. Let's do it. Y'all can hear it.
Well, last time we talked about the whole flat Earth thing, and you still maintain the Earth is flat.
Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it. So, well, I saw some stuff on the internet that I thought was a little bit funny, right? When it comes to your stance, when it comes to this, right?
Let me give a shout out to CHKDG8. Thank y'all so much, everybody, for the super chats. He said GPS is based on Loran. Yep. Got a video on it. It's old. I'm going to do a new one. I'm redoing all my videos. It's long-range navigation, U.S. and British Navy tech from the 40s and 50s. They just renamed it the GPS, which is Global Positioning System. You know your stuff, brother. And it should be geocentric positioning system based on a stationary Earth. A shout out to the sister on the chat room that came through with the fire, ruffling feathers too, I ain't gonna lie. It woke the panel up and the chat up. Shout out to the people who donated. Hey, Charlie Thomas, thank you for the super chat. I didn't see you, but I see you now. Let's play it.
You gotta admit, the internet's a funny place. Now, one of the terms that you've coined, like for example, is white people are a guest in the house of hip hop, right? You said it's about Eminem to the point where Eminem had to respond, right?
I don't get how the brother Nasir is saying Lord Jamar ain't a revolutionary. I gotta pause right here because a lot of black folks trying to take away Lord Jamar credibility as far as his revolutionary relevance just because they don't agree with him with the shape of the earth. And I gotta battle that because I'm standing up for all flat earthers to say whatever you built in this world, it shouldn't be compromised because you don't want to be in their cult no more. Like, like Tiger Woods, let's think about this, right? Niggas will say Lord Jamar ain't a revolutionary, right? But I bet you if that man wouldn't have never came out with this flat earth stuff, they'll be arguing with you if you said something like that. It was never a question, dude, if was the man a revolutionary or not, until he came out with the flat earth thing. You see? So that's what I'm saying. That's a question now. But like when he said white people are a guest in hip hop, you got so many black guys in hip hop that feel that way, but they too scared to say it. You got so many black artists that want to say what Lord Jamar saying, but they want to still be industry friendly. They want to make everybody. Lord Jamar don't give no fucks. Like, he's the charged and white of his own lane in his hip hop shit. He say shit that's shock factor, that's real though, that people be feeling but don't want to say. But he don't get the credit for it. Like, people will give people like Unc credit, charged and white credit, and I'm bringing different personalities that's doing stuff now in this same sort of niche. But how you gonna say, like, people giving Lord Jamar so much flack for the flat earth shit, but yet the brother 607 Unc blowing up and he's saying the earth flat? It make me wonder, is this a psyop or something? Like, is this the same communities following both sides, or I'm just tripping, you know?
People ask if you're a guest in the house of science.
They probably take Lord Jamar more serious than they are 607 Unc. That's why.
Maybe that's it. Maybe they say, maybe a lot of people don't agree with Unc on a lot of the shit he say, but he's more entertaining, so they kind of be like, yeah, that's Unc, man. Versus Lord Jamar is dead ass. The earth flat, we been lied to. Take me serious, bro. We gotta do something about it. Like, this is get the hell out of here, nigga. Hey, maybe the sister got a point. What y'all think, chat? What y'all think?
You know, Unc. You know, Unc entertaining Sanchez, but he regurgitate a lot of the same stuff. He say the same stuff a lot.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying.
You come with new shit every
but hold up. Hear me out. I'm agreeing with you, but hear me out. The fact that Unc say the same shit Lord Jamar say, which is the earth flat, it's an ice wall, and they say it to the same people, but they getting two totally different results make me think I'm looking at a psyop, because it's like, damn, the same people that's following Unc is 9 times out of 10 following Jamar. He's saying the earth flat with an ice wall. Unc saying it, but Unc doing it in the, like a entertain. It's like, or maybe I'm wrong about the same people following them.
No, a lot of younger people. Trust me, I've had them.
Well, they got it's two different
It was all
personalities.
young. Listen, when I had him on my show, my whole audience changed from like older black men to younger black men. So he has a younger audience, where I think
that's
is
dangerous.
Lord Jamar. Yeah, he's a very young audience. Trust me.
I think he got all. I think he's all ages.
No, I'm telling you, 607 up, because he was on my channel. Like, and what I saw on my numbers in the background on my YouTube, it's young. They're like, I would say 18 to like 30s. Versus like or Jamar's gonna be like 30s to like 40s, you know, that his age group, you know.
He remind me of a Charleston White. Though.
Hey,
like,
you ain't never. Hey,
you know what?
You ain't never saw that video. You got that.
You know what? I thought this sister was somebody else, man.
Yeah, she interviewed Unc.
No, I just put her channel up because I'm like, hold up, this sister got a channel? And then
I knew her voice sounded familiar.
But,
Yeah,
but
I'm the one who brought my godmother to him. That was a priestess.
Yeah.
I've interviewed Charleston White too. Yeah. Been on.
So you ever look at that video?
I did the debate on Sinetter. I debated on Sinetter and everything.
I just subbed up to you. I'm gonna follow you over there. Y'all going sub up to the sister DJ Genesis Detroit.
Yeah,
go YouTube her.
I'm learning something new today, because I really didn't. Cause I didn't really get in. I never really got into science. I'm glad I came here and asked those questions, because I always felt like, well, you have to be like a mathematics person. You know, like, you have to be this high level mathematician.
No, because everybody not good in math.
But look at this.
Like Neil deGrasse and all these people that are real high level science, astrophysicists, whatever. They're all like, well, you know, according to the blah blah, EMC squared, all that whatever. So you start thinking, well, damn, these guys are elite level of science. So it makes you kind of like feel lesser than them. But I'm glad that's the question.
Yeah, and I'm glad you went into that, because that's what they do. But see, that's a trick. But see, here go the thing, right? They know the average person. When do you ever need an equation when you using math? Y'all, the average person, don't. The loophole with this science shit is a motherfucker can tell you anything and say, here's the equation for it. And the average person will just accept it as a truth because it's an equation for it. I see that happening so much, man. From big people, too. I'm talking about big platforms, big science websites and all. It's like they all know that and have been exploiting that. And that's why I've been saying, like, this is what we got to know about math equation. Math equation is just a mathematical language. Like, it's just you saying whatever you said using numbers. You can speak in a math can be used as a language. So if you can interpret whatever your theory is, and you can draw out an equation that represent what your theory is, and then you can see how would that theory make sense mathematically. But here's what the ancestors knew and what we don't really consider today. That just because I can mathematically prove something right, we call it on paper, don't mean when you go outside, you just prove reality. That's what science did. Science made reality what was proven mathematically indoors on paper, and they went with it even if it didn't match what was outside. But the thing about this is that you're supposed to use the math to match up with what you see outside, not to reinterpret or rewrite reality. That's what they did with the math and the equations today. shout out to the sister for
And
going
another
into that.
thing with them,
Yeah.
with those equations is that a lot of them are not even definite because we learned in school that equations can have different outcomes and different answers for that same equation.
Yeah, that's facts, man. Hey, check this out, right? Not only is that true, but like I said, I went on Chat GPT. I was telling Chat GPT to create me equations for all kind of crazy stuff. You can do it too. You can say, Chat GPT, make me an equation for flying elephants, and you can tell people, hey man, it's an equation for that. What you talking about? Them elephants ain't real. You can flip it on their ass, you know.
Yeah. That's a good point. And E equals MC squared, right?
Yep.
And I think they came
what
up
is
with
that?
equations. I think they came up with equations because if the average person asks you something, like say if they made up like how we got laws of physics and just like certain like regular knowledgeable shit, like people like like Einstein and all them. I feel like they came up with equations because they want to have an answer for everything. So if you ask them something, you can't never say they don't know because they'll say something and give you the equation.
I don't
Basically,
think
like what you said already.
I don't, and I'm gonna tell you something. Like she brought up E equals MC squared. That's a perfect example of where math don't match reality. But because we've said that for so long, and it's Einstein, a person to say, what do you mean is wrong? I'm telling you, Einstein, and that's wrong. That ain't necessarily true. That energy and mass are always interchangeable. If that's what he said, that's how I'm interpreting. He's saying, because, you know what I'm saying, E equals MC squared. He's trying to say that energy is mass and mass is energy, basically. But this based upon the globe.
Talking about the speed of light is constant or some shit like that. That's what the C is.
That too. Yeah, because it's all based upon a vacuum, the speed of light, basically the globe Earth model. You know, because in a model, they'll tell you like, this all I know is Einstein was a globe earther, and his shit is based upon globe Earth model. But let me look some shit up real quick. Let me see some.
Brother Sanchez, I got a quick question.
Yeah, let me see.
It's kind of ratchet a little bit, but at the same token, hey, you remember back on one of your shows?
Says
when
the equation E equals real quick. I'm gonna just read this and you got it. The equation E equals MC squared means that energy is equivalent to mass multiplied by the speed of light squared, demonstrating the interconvertibility of mass and energy. But see, is that true? That's it in a nutshell. That mass and energy is basically interchangeable. But I don't think that's true. That's the mass of something necessarily always represents the energy and vice versa. But I don't know. I just want to challenge Einstein because I know his shit based upon the globe Earth model. But let me go ahead.
Have to do with gravity would have to exist in order for that equation to exist. So
Yeah,
you have
yep.
in order for you to say that mass, because mass is based on gravity, and then speed is based in gravity, and then even the speed of light and energy is based in gravity, because based on the gravitational pull would determine whether or not something would have a certain speed, certain mass, and certain everything like that. So once you debunk
mass is just like size and weight, right? The mass of something is just like the weight.
But it's also a gravitational so-called pull to the earth, right? Because weight is what is weight?
To weigh it, yeah, I guess you could say that.
So-called space is not the same as space weight in water. Let's not even go into space. Space don't exist. Water, right?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
If you're in water, your mass is gonna be different than it is on the earth, and then they say it's because of gravity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mass having a definition.
The elements or whatever you own.
But
if you're in the water, right? So if you're in the water, why does your body float up if you I mean it doesn't when you
Yeah,
die,
yeah,
your body
yeah, that's
float up and
crazy.
just go to the bottom of the ocean if gravity exists. So one thing I learned today is that gravity might not exist.
For real, me too.
Yeah, because watch
See,
this,
in
right?
the water, you
Now,
got buoyancy and density, and you got water, and you got a different medium. Air, you got the same thing. You throw a rock in the water, it's gonna sink. But if you jump in the water, you got air in your lungs, you're gonna float. So you're not gonna go down. But if it's gravity that's holding the ocean down, how does the air just travel right through it?
man, that's what I'm
It should
saying.
be
Like, it's
Right, you
crazy
saying like if you
because,
breathe in the water, the bubble's gonna
well,
float to the top.
right.
every
And
time.
so that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying is like, they will say, well, gravity explains why the apple fell from the tree. That's why I asked earlier, why didn't gravity just pull all the apples down? Why it's being selective? Because gravity will let this rock drop, but let the bubble float. Even though the bubble lighter than the rock, it should be able to pull that down quicker. But see, that's when they give gravity these little selective powers, and they say, you know what? Gravity acts less on objects that have a lesser mass than a heavier mass. But see, that's their little band-aid when you kill them, right? They got to say, well, look, they have to give gravity a superpower that ain't no other element got. Think about it. The superpower that they give gravity is a force of nature is now selective and acting like a gardener who's saying, you know what, I like that apple, but I ain't gonna pick that one. So they gotta give you a theoretical way of giving gravity this attribute that can say, well, I'll pull that, but not that though.
Right.
But fire gonna burn everything, water gonna wet everything. This the only force of nature that get to be prejudice and, you know.
Right, and how you explain birds flying, planes flying, and everything else flying if gravity, like if you can defy it, what makes it a definite
law.
a definite law if you can defy it.
Can I say something? I think that when
Matter
you
of fact, we
when
wouldn't
you
even be
lack
able to jump
oxygen,
up.
that's when you drop on the earth. When you lack oxygen, that's when you drop down.
Yeah.
So
I just thought about it.
apple
We wouldn't
lack
even be able to
that
jump up
apple
in the
was
air.
lacking. Listen, that apple was lacking oxygen. It was dying, and so therefore it fell off the tree. If it had if it had oxygen, then it would have stayed up on the tree. So it was a dying apple. So because what happened to human beings when they lack oxygen, they die. Right? They stop breathing. They die. They hit the ground, just like an apple would.
And here go where gravity
That's a
fall
good
apart
explanation.
though.
That's
Here go
true.
it.
One thing we did have back in the day was a lot of blimps. That was the main travel, was blimps, free energy.
Hey, you know what's crazy though? If you take a helium balloon and let it go, it's gonna keep floating up. Like helium will always go up. It'll never fall down. So my thing is they try to act like, well, everything that goes up must come down. Well, that's only true if gravity is real. But see, everything that go up don't just come down. Look at them clouds in the sky. They ain't never dropping to the ground. You see what I'm saying?
That's
Look
civil
at
fall.
that ain't
But
a
I mean,
cloud. That's fall. So that's what I'm
but
saying.
like,
They ain't the same thing.
yeah, cloud. Yeah, you're right. Clouds don't. Yeah, they
You
stay
know
there.
what,
Yeah.
bro? Here's the thing. Clouds in the sky are like soap suds on top of your bath water, and you up under the bath water looking up. You're under the water looking up at the soap suds. It's gonna have a flat bottom but a puffy top, just like them clouds. It's an invisible ceiling. We under like a ethereal water like barrier looking up at the blue water, and the clouds is like the soap suds on top. And guess what's crazy? They won't fall down for the same reason that the soap suds won't fall down into the bath water. It's the law of density. This ain't got
That's a
nothing to do
crazy
with
analogy.
gravity.
Well, I've seen a few things of like clouds being like floating like on the earth. I don't know if they were clouds or not, but
That's
they look
fog.
like
But the clouds have weight. A lot of people don't really think about it like that, but the clouds
Yeah,
have a lot of weight.
you ain't
That's
gonna
why if you
get.
get on a plane, the plane
I'm
has to
gonna tell
fly
you the
over
difference
the cloud.
between fogs and a cloud. Fog ain't gonna create a thunderstorm. Clouds will, because this is activity that take place in the upper atmosphere where the clouds at. They don't come. This where weather take place at. So you can't have a cloud below this layer. It's just meteorologically incorrect. You see what I'm saying? You can't have a cloud that, because clouds form where the weather take place, and that's where weather happen at, where the planes fly. A shout out to the brother Big Mad 5653. Let me show you some love, brother. Appreciate you, man. He said, when we break gravity, we open up our children to suppress thoughts.
Oh look,
hold up a second, brother. Let me read. Hold on, I gotta read this respectfully.
Oh, my bad.
He said, when we break gravity, we open up our children to suppress thoughts and new inventions. This is facts. We finna talk about this. It says, when we redefine electricity, we open up the dream of functional societies that come close to utopias. I'm gonna make that a whole stream, and we're gonna go into Tartaria and Paradise Lost, and how they, that Eden was a real thing, but they explained it in the Bible, and they took the technology out. But go ahead, y'all. We're gonna go into that.
It says, yes, fog. It says, yes, fog is essentially a cloud that forms at or near the Earth's surface. It's composed of tiny water droplets or ice crystals suspended in the air, similar to how clouds are formed, but fog is found at a much lower altitude. The key difference is the altitude. If the visible moisture is at or below 50 feet, it's considered fog, while anything higher is classified as a cloud.
Right,
So
that's what I'm telling you. So a person may say, well, fog and clouds can be viewed as similar, but the fog is disqualified and can't be classified as a cloud for the reasons I just told you earlier. They don't create weather and they don't exist in the upper atmosphere. See, I know the qualifications of why I would call one a cloud or not. Yeah,
I want to share my screen. I want to show you something. And tell me what this is, because I don't know, because this is crazy. I'm like, what is this? Because my
clouds don't fall to the ground.
Wait, I want to listen. Please, can I share my screen, because I can show you it tumbling on the ground.
Yeah, no, they don't fall.
But listen, though, I will say this though.
What are those things?
But let me say
on the ground?
I'm gonna wait for your screen share. But check this out, y'all. I will say this. When I was riding through Cali have these fucking fogs that's blinding. It's like flying through a cloud in a plane, but you doing it in your car on the ground. It's like a little.
I know you hate TikTok, but look at this. What is this?
Ain't that I hate it. I just don't use it as a teacher because I'll get dumber, not smarter.
Right. Some of that shit on TikTok.
What is this though? No, what is this though? This is not the only place I've seen. It's all over the place.
No, that ain't no cloud though. That's some sort of man-made experiment type shit. Yeah, but yeah, you ain't gonna. You see that brother right there? Look, that's a soap sud on his side.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing about TikTok. TikTok make a lot of fake stuff.
Machines that create these clouds because they do cloud seeding. They actually have. They have machines that create clouds that create the weather.
Listen, I don't consider man's creations a cloud. I consider that an experiment. I'm talking about nature, not
natural
bullshit
natural
that, so we can really see what's true or not in reality. Because we trying to see what, and then with AI and all that and people, you got to, that's why I don't write the TikTok shit. Hey, man.
Right.
Yeah, TikTok make a lot of stuff look real that's really fake.
That's how they're going to do the next moon landing on TikTok.
Hold on. So how about this? Maybe this could be it, because I'm gonna tell you
that brother ain't picking up a cloud. No.
Yeah, he ain't picking up no cloud. Your hand will go straight through it.
That's some
fun. Yo, TikTok really dumbing the world down. Damn, man, this is fucking crazy, bro.
You make it look real, but that's fake as hell.
I'm really
hold on. Could it be that when there are cloud seeding, that some of these things are a little bit more denser than a regular cloud. So sometimes they fall down to the earth.
Well, here's the
and they have
problem.
this-
Here's the problem
No.
right here. I can tell you right now, that right there on the right pole, that's cotton. You can tell how it's wrapped on the pole. That's cotton. One dude
But
had
it's moving.
Wait a minute, sister. That's cotton, and I'm gonna show you something. The other brother had soap suds on his. If you go up, look at him right there. He said, "I found the cloud." That's soap suds. That's soap suds. And
They're
check
probably
this out.
using a blower to move it around.
Here's what's crazy, y'all. You know the little spear that went on the news? That was somebody making a video that they faked in their backyard with a little bit of spear. It made it like a UAP video. You think the news gonna come back out and say we were wrong? We found out it was a hoax. Hell no, they reported the story. The news is
Basically,
like
it's a-
thirsty YouTubers.
It's kind of like if you was to compare like water to like icicles almost. It's like it's like fog made of some of the same particles as clouds, but it's still not a cloud. Just like we know you got water and ice, like it might be the same kind of chemicals, but I mean an ice cube is an ice cube and water is water. You can't drink an ice cube
Wait,
unless it melt.
you helping me pull my tinfoil hat off, Brother Sanchez, because I had a tinfoil hat on real hard. So listen, so they said, because I've been in this cloud seeding thing for a while, right? They said that the actual water towers are actual antennas for cloud seeding because no water is going to be in those water towers. Who's going to what is the point of a water tower? No water is in a water tower, and they're really like cloud seeding, like antennas and stuff like that.
So the cloud seeding is done in space centers, and they telling you that they testing rockets. I got video. Watch my videos. Look at the video I did. Matter of fact, let me pull it up. I'm gonna show you them seeding the cloud right now. And when they seed the cloud, it's the real deal because it goes into the upper atmosphere and they can make it rain and make weather. You won't even know it's a man-made cloud. It ain't on the ground. They doing the real shit. The Truman Show shit. Watch this. That TikTok shit is a joke. Watch this right here.
Man,
I'ma
this
show you.
was on IG. I was in the middle of the night and I was watching videos on IG, and this guy was looking at all of the different water towers, and he was saying, and he showed it was an actual diagram that showed that the actual water towers were antennas.
They can, yeah, that is bull crap. It's bull crap. Real talk, it just is.
They go back to the equation. It sounds like a good equation or something that's just false.
Water towers making clouds. Man, that's
theory,
crazy.
Theory. That's what it is, Sanchez. It's somebody's theory. That's his
But
theory.
hold on, here's the point. No one is getting water from them water towers. It's not
Let me
that
explain.
water tower could never. Why would you put water up and then bring it back
You know
down?
what? Let me explain something to y'all, right?
That's a water tower.
Hold on
They
a
do
second,
use
right?
water.
While we bringing up gravity again, hold up a second. Let me get on the water towers real quick. Look, it ain't that the water towers are really there for us to drink from. The water towers help keep the pipe system pressurized. So what the water tower does, right? All of these pipes that's carrying water under the ground, those water towers allow them to control how much pressure they want by the fact that the law of density, the water in the tower is pushing down, because those big towers, they got a lot of water in them and that's connected to the pipes below it, and it allows them, let's say that they want to increase the pressure, decrease the pressure, they can literally do that by controlling the amount of water in these towers that's connected to the piping system in so many words. I watched a documentary, a whole documentary on that. It'll show you how these water, hold on. It shows in the documentary that I watched that the misconceptions about water towers, that people think that they're really for us to, sort of drink from. But
yeah,
we drink from the water treatment center where the water is collected and then treated and then fed back into the piping system. But those towers are more like pressure points. to control like pressures and shit. It's deeper. Watch a couple of documentaries on it. They'll blow your mind.
I meant little G gravity, you know, like little G gods. The figure
No,
of
y'all
speech,
good.
for
But the
lack of a
sister
better
really
word.
be on her shit though. She, you know what I'm saying? She be doing some research. But I will tell you this, man. I'm gonna play a video for y'all now that's gonna show y'all that how they see these clouds. I'm finna put a video up right now. I'm gonna show you real quick. Now they telling you they testing rocket engines at these space centers. What if I told y'all there's a lot of these space centers is where they creating the weather at? See, this shit is way, man, this shit deep, bro. And I ain't making this up. I'm finna show receipts.
I mean, I can find it. I can find it as truth.
Hey,
I'm about to
why is
show
it
receipts.
always the disasters
I
hit
just
the
wanna
poor neighborhoods, though?
I just
How
want to
how
show the
shooting
receipts,
these
And they
man.
tried
damn
to show
disasters?
that the cloud seeding is the reason why
I just
Austin
want to
got
show this.
flooded, but really it was about them breaking them dams. They always
Yeah,
are letting them dams go and creating floods out of them dams.
the
Every time
levees,
it's a flood,
yeah.
they didn't let it. They let the levees break, so it's not about like it's raining too hard. So
Just
that's what
launching.
they're lying about.
Yep.
That's crazy right there.
So I show
They've been
y'all
doing
them.
that for 100,
Y'all
200
want
years.
to? Do y'all want to see this real quick? So this is actually them. Because I don't want to just talk about. I want y'all to see this in action, man. Show you them. This shit is gonna go to the upper atmosphere and float away, and people in the next city gonna get rain. They ain't gonna even know that's a man-made cloud. Look at
Not
that.
to mention the sea trails.
So look, this ain't from a water tower though. I'm just showing y'all what. Now look at though. This video is 7 years old before TikTok got. See, a lot of the bullshit they see on TikTok and people there ain't got enough passion about this to do the diligent, tedious research on a lot. Like, if you want to, like, for example, right? If you want to talk about man controlling weather, why don't people go and look at the history of geoengineering and weather warfare? It's people that's already been writing books and pointing us in the right direction. But see, TikTok is about shock factor, mystic type based shit. It really don't try to be accurate. I ain't just hating on TikTok, but damn, man, it's like
That's what's watering down the conscious community, Sanchez. TikTok, like YouTube started doing it at one point, but TikTok has really like made the shit plummet. Like it's
They picked a
like
windy day to do that because I could
hey,
tell
check
that
this
thing
out,
was
right?
rolling over on itself.
I want everyone to watch this video because I want y'all to see what I'm talking about. Watch this shit.
The massive so their actions. Next thing you know, miles and miles away in Texas,
just
they
listen.
experienced
Stop talking, everybody. Just listen.
Rainfall.
I'm about to put
the kind of rainfall that hit the ground over there. I don't think we've ever seen it. I think they broke records. And this is not nature. I really believe that this is NASA. I really believe that this is man-made, and so do Richard.
Watch this.
Year, large majority of this was going
Hold up.
backwards.
I'm finna go to a video right now where I'm gonna show y'all this technology in action. I just want y'all to chill a minute because if you talking about weather control and you ain't never saw what I'm about to show, you slipping hard than a mother. You slipping. Watch this.
County, Mississippi. Have you see the clear the people of this? No one hit this buffer zone. So they're actually dated from the kind of rainfall.
Okay, I must have played the video earlier. Let me go back to here. Here it go. Might be here.
When the noise
right
levels loudspeaker, through which they played white noise to.
Hold on. Here you go right here.
You can't hear what I'm.
Watch this.
They even had to move 5 cemeteries because the noise they were planning on making would wake the dead. Don't worry if if you can't hear what I'm saying. I couldn't even hear myself. This is the loudest sound you could possibly conceive. And as it turns out, the cleanest. Now, the most amazing thing is that that cloud up there, which was generated by the engine, is just a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen. It's water vapor. And in about an hour's time, someone in Mississippi is going to get wet washing. It will actually rain.
I want y'all to show me someone else that can show you a video of them actually controlling the weather, creating a cloud and making it rain. And I ain't talking about with dollars in front of a stripper. I'm talking about nigga really making it rain. We just saw these motherfuckers make a cloud on the ground, put it in the sky, and it's finna rain in the next state. The people in the next state don't even know that the rain that's falling on them was just created at a NASA space center. And if you walk up to them and tell them that, they'll think you're crazy. But this a video.
They do that with other natural disasters too, Sanchez. If they've been making clouds, making clouds, they done elevated now. They can do, I think they can do earthquakes, tsunamis, all kind of shit now, I think.
So think about this, right? So now I've researched it past this, right? They got portable cloud machines where they can just park on the side of the road and shit a cloud in the sky and keep it moving. It make me realize, we are in a simulation. Our weather has been created by man. Everything is man controlled because it's a fake matrix-like world, like a Truman Show. Like in the Truman Show, you know what I'm saying? Like, because what they don't want to tell us is the world we was born into is a post-apocalyptic Earth that's been destroyed after a big reset. And they just got us looking at this shit as normal. But what they don't want to tell us, without technology, this place might not even be able to it'll go back to, I believe this shit'll go back to, it'll reset itself for the good. But the whole thing is this right here, man. That ain't what they want. They gotta keep on creating problems to create the solution, a Hegelian dialectic. So I'm just telling you, in the state that the world in, the thing about this, it make me wonder how much of our weather is really real. When I saw this video, this is old though. So it make me, think of all the weather patterns we see now. I'm about to land, bro. I'm just finna say this.
They got new clouds too. They got new clouds that be coming out
I'm just saying, all the people that's dying though, all of these crazy storms and shit coming up.
I was just finna say that it's been backfiring. It's been backfiring on them, especially in California with the wildfires. That be backfiring on them when they set them fires and then they get out of hand. It's the same way like in different places like Texas and the places that's where they do cloud seeding and it's more prone to flood, and then that shit start flooding the whole city. I think they be playing
Yeah, you think that's why they don't let you collect rainwater?
Because check this out, right? I'm gonna say, let me say something, because the sister said something deep about collecting rainwater. I'm gonna show you how this tie in, right? The way that they built these drain systems in these cities, that it was based upon, just hear me out, y'all. I know y'all want to talk. I'm finna give you some shit, right? These cities have been studying their areas for decades, centuries, even before them, the indigenous people of the land. And when they built these cities in America, they built them based upon analytics about how much rain and how much lack of rain or whatever the weather is in that area. I'm telling you, each of these cities was built with that in mind. So the thing about places like Katrina with New Orleans and all that, these spontaneous sort of weather patterns that pop up and no one could predict it or it wasn't accounted for, and you get these floods, that's a land grab that the government doing by using weather control technology, and it's gonna be more of it, because guess what they know? That these cities is only built to maintain a certain amount of water, and if it go beyond that threshold, it'll flood that city. All they gotta do is put a couple of clouds up in your area. They can flood out any land at the push of a button, bro, and breach that threshold in that area. So a lot of
that's what happened with Lake Lanier. Ain't that crazy?
So watch this, right? When Katrina happened, they was running these engines during a fucking storm. Who is testing rocket engines during hurricanes? Make me think you helping create the hurricane. We see what this now. This video that we just watched, they don't call this a weather control machine or a cloud making machine. Guess what they call it? A rocket engine. They say we're testing rocket engines, and the smoke from us testing them just so happened to create a big cloud. So they basically need to be telling folks we control the weather through masking this shit as a space program, but we just testing rockets everywhere, but man still ain't got in a rocket to explore space. Like the rocket technology ain't getting no damn better at all. But you testing. God
So
damn it.
That's why they don't want you to get
question. I got a quick question for Sanchez.
from that.
So Sanchez,
damn,
you know,
brother, you really? But go ahead.
You ever seen?
You got it.
You
Go
ever
ahead.
seen those videos where they have like it be like a guy in some type of space shuttle and he like flying over the Earth? So you think that's just like genetically?
A guy in a space shuttle flying over the Earth.
Shuttle.
Never saw it.
They got like videos. It's like I don't know. You just have to. I guess
you gotta show me one, brother.
They have it on NASA. They have like a live.
Yeah, they have it on NASA. So,
oh, you mean?
What I'm talking about?
Okay, yeah, that's bullshit. It's fake, man.
Yeah, that shit.
That's what you want to hear me say. I think y'all love to hear flat earthers say it's fake, huh?
But hold on.
Like you know what the hell I'm gonna say, bro?
Yeah, I think it's
y'all
fake.
love to hear us say that. Yeah, it's more like
I want to get back to
bro.
these clouds though, because that makes a lot of sense. Why they say you are not allowed to collect rainwater because they probably know
that's fact.
If you collect that water, it's poison because it's fucking made of rocket fuel.
And it's fact. And you know what, sister? If some tinfoil hatter want to get smart and say, look, I collected water from these cities and I'm proving these ain't natural clouds. These storms that happen in y'all city that flooded y'all out, that water is coming from NASA. That cloud came from NASA. It wasn't natural. They'll lock that brother up and give him time because he is exposing the land grab. It's a big conspiracy. You right. And they'll say, well, you know it's against the law to collect rain. And people are so dumb, they'll be like, lock him up. He collecting rainwater. When you trying to wake their ass up, they going to go with the system.
And because there's actual machines, because trust me, I looked into it. You know, remember that guy that had that big old machine that he was making water from the atmosphere and then he disappeared and so did his machine. Well, if you go on Alibaba, they have those machines. I think he just bought it from Alibaba. They already have those machines where you can collect water from, and if you buy it, it'll give you like 15 liters of water. You buy it,
shit.
So they don't want you to do that.
Sister said Moses West fucking around on Alibaba. Let me find out. Let me quit playing.
Y'all know they did like this past
They have
winter.
they have a whole machine that give you like 15 liters of water, and you could it'll just collect the water from the atmosphere. And it'll give you water, but they probably don't want you to do that because they know that they're using clouds. Yeah, that's correct. And then they don't want you to collect the rainwater because because sometimes it'll rain. It'll be green and blue and different colors and
clean water.
If people catch on,
there's chemicals in the air, so
it's gonna make this conversation is a threat because guess what? The collection of the rainwater ain't for them to protect you or no shit, right? I believe it's so no one can legally investigate if they controlling the weather because guess how you would legally do it? You would collect rain and then trace it because you can look in this water and tell, oh, this came from their base boom. If you want to get, and so they can cut all that off, and they can cut all that off by saying, bro, you shouldn't even been collecting that shit to begin with. You broke the law, nigga. Like,
Right.
She on to something for
So,
sure.
so whatever you
Clean
say
that water
about
up
it
and
is
think, but
invalid.
when you try
Yeah.
to like test that water, once you've actually collected it and try to make it drinkable, what they're gonna find is there's certain like stuff in that water that don't come from natural clouds, and then it's gonna be like, well, where did it come from? And now you got a situation. But
So do y'all remember
I
when it
wonder
snowed? Y'all
I
remember
wonder
when it
if it's
was
also
snowing everywhere?
illegal to
Hey,
use
let me.
the machines that actually collect from the atmosphere, not the rainwater. I wonder if it's illegal to because I was gonna buy one of the machines, and trust me, I was like really about to buy one because I was trying to like make my whole house like.
Can you
That's why
Made by
Hey,
billionaires.
hey, shout out to Big Mad. He said a sister on the panel is cooking. Hey, appreciate the love, everybody, for the super chats and to Big Mad. Yeah, her channel is we got a DJ Genesis Detroit. Sub up to the sister. Look her up on YouTube for sure. That's a bomb though. Like
yeah, YouTube.
that rainwater for sure, because it's definitely ain't. But so because a lot of people be like they don't want you to be independent, sovereign. Nah, hey man, listen. This sounds more like a big ass conspiracy. You will unravel all this shit. The weather control.
And if you test that rainwater, you will see how many different chemicals that you might be breathing in through the air too.
Yeah,
like
man.
It'll expose,
Yep.
you know.
Yep, that's for
It
sure.
I'm
expose a
gonna do
lot.
some research. Is it illegal to get those machines? Because how did that guy? Remember that guy from Flint that was making water out of the atmosphere?
Guess
and
what
he just,
happened to him? Guess what happened to him? He ended up working with the United Nations, signing a contract with the UN.
Wow. So that they removed him from helping people in Flint and then brought him over to UN.
They bought him out.
Disappeared.
They bought him out. Let me tell you, they did the same thing with Tesla. To see when they do the same thing with these intelligent computer hackers that know how to get into the government shit. When you that smart, they gonna end up. You gotta either you gonna get with us, or we gonna fucking blackball you and make life hard for you. And
so what
you
do you
know
think
what?
about that young man that's making that gas out of plastic?
He gonna end up get bought out because guess what? Because ain't a lot of. Let me tell you why this happened though. Before we move forward, Moses West brought his technology to the people first. The people vandalized it. The people didn't stand behind it. The people act like we don't give a fuck about the tech, not like stuff like that. But we'll fight you over the rappers and shit. So guess what? Like a lot of these people end up finding out, hey, if here go the harsh reality, you can build some shit like a genius to save the people, and the shit'll end up just getting you crucified while the people laugh at your ass and won't even support you. So look,
on purpose.
Moses,
did the people vandalize it, or was it like some people that was like, no, we trying to
well,
make
the whole thing is, it was said that when he put the machines in Flint, that now a lot of black folks were saying, man, these were like some racist groups coming hating on it. But like I was saying, if it's in Flint, where all these gangsters at? Y'all ain't gonna protect your fucking. Know, that's what I'm saying. So why then when these people get with the UN and shit, they got protection, they get a big bag, they got all this money for their family. Like, but it's almost like Tesla saying, I'm gonna share my technology with the people, or I'm gonna get with the government. And it's like, you realize the people don't give a fuck about your technology. They're like, the government care more about, it's sad though, but yeah.
Another thing, Sanchez, is, I mean, he only gonna, like the dude who converting that plastic into fuel, he only can get so far before he need some type of funding or some type of resources. You only can get so far before.
He need the people, brother, to back, because listen, it gives him leverage where he ain't gotta sell his soul, man. Because check this out, bro. The people don't care nothing about technology that's about natural resources. The people don't care nothing about electronic technology, cell phones, microphones, Nintendos. We don't care nothing about like oil drill, the next big oil drill, or the fucking petroleum and shit. Like, we don't really care about stuff, but that's really the foundation of all the money. But I'm finna shut down, y'all, and I gotta get up out of here real quick.
I want to
But
show you
I'ma
this thing
get-
about this water thing. I want to show you. You can get it on Amazon too, by the way, not only Alibaba.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna show you right here. You can get on Amazon for 31 bucks.
And it pulls it out the air, and this is like, man, I know they ain't paying Moses West. He should be getting a bag for this. This is tech.
They made
This is
smaller
tech.
versions of the same machine.
That's all they did. And you know, and see, once he got sold his patents to the government, they probably sold it to all the corporations and middleman them type shit. Like, damn, man, this gonna revolutionize. You're gonna be able to have like how people living off grid and they ain't gonna need to run water and order big water. You're gonna order you one of these, and there go your water supply, your shower, your dishes, pulling it right from the air. So that's what I'm saying about. Hold on a second. A little static. I'm gonna get out of here, but what I was saying before
That's
the
why it
static.
should be.
What I was saying before the static as I close is that, yeah, this gonna revolutionize shit because people ain't gonna need to connect to the normal grid water piping system, or if you got these little properties away from the city like this couple that I'm subscribed to where they building off grid, they have to order these big tanks and they have to get them filled up and shit. Those days are gone because if you can just buy a machine that pulls water right from the air, that can be incorporated into a shower, a toilet, a sink. You won't even need a piping system in a futuristic city, technically. So this technology gonna really change the world. Salutes to the sister for that. But I gotta get out of here, man. I'm past my time, y'all.
All right,
really appreciate y'all.
Salutes.
I really appreciate y'all, though. We out, man. See y'all on the next one, everybody. We out. Yo.
Ciao.
Hey, make sure y'all sub to DJ Genesis Detroit. Go to YouTube, sub up, and I'll see y'all on the next one.